Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Warrant Committee. It is May 29th. Karen, could you please call the roll?
Sure. We have Tom Caldwell, Lori Connolly, Jay Fundley. On Zoom, we have Andrew Coe and Macy Lee. Peter Mott is with you, Brandon McGuire is with you, and on Zoom we have Ronald Seal and Judy Steele. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Karen. Welcome, everybody. Good to be back. I just wanted to, as we know, we have the planning board coming in. Planning board is going to be here at 7:30 to present. So they'll be presenting on their 10% plan this evening. And I have verbally confirmed and posted today for a meeting on Monday, which we're going to have a citizen, or maybe two, I hope, in to discuss the petition for the 25% MBTA plan. So it seems like we're in a good spot. We have two, as you all know, from the planning board, the select board, reducing the warrant numbers for us. So we have 6. We voted on 2. The warrant has already gone to print. We were able to put our 2 comments on the overlay and the floodplain on there. So we have we have veterans and elderly tax exemption. We have the reserve fund transfer, and then we have our 2 MBTA articles. So with that being said, I was hoping maybe we could get a vote or move towards a vote before the planning board comes in regarding the reserve fund transfer. Now, there has been a big change in that since Nick was here. The $100,000 for planning is no longer in play. So it's just a straight $300,000 reserve fund transfer. So there has been a significant change in that, if that's what you like to call it. So, Karen, are you able to put the warrants up on the screen for us?
Sure. Just give me a second.
Oh, absolutely. I can, while you're putting that up, this is article number 1, everyone. If you have it or able to look at it, Karen's going to put it up on the screen. So this was our Article 1, to see if the town will vote to amend the appropriation for the fiscal year 2025 reserve fund by appropriating $300,000 for the fiscal year 2025 reserve fund for funds certified by the Department of Revenue as free cash, and to act on anything related thereto. So this is for, as Nick had discussed with us, unanticipated expenses in the current fiscal year, this fiscal year, which ends June 30th, 2025. Any unused funds in the reserve fund will contribute to next year's free cash balance, and any transfers from the reserve fund obviously require approval from this committee. So that's really what we have. Does anybody want to speak to this or have any comments, concerns? I know we had discussed the $100,000 for a little bit, and there was some discussion about that last time, but that's not in play. So, Jay?
I have sort of a logistical question. I was thinking, do I want to wait till after we vote or before we vote? At some point before June 30th, presumably, the schools will be coming and ask us for some amount of money. Mm-hmm. Have you hammered out with them, like, we don't want to wait till July or the last day of June, or?
No, it was mentioned to me at the end of our most recent town meeting that we have to come together and we have to get that transfer done. So okay. It's already been broached by the head of the finance subcommittee of the school committee.
Okay.
So I trust, maybe the next week or two, we will like to act on that. He wanted to do it earlier.
Okay, good to hear.
So it's on the forefront of their mind, and it's on my agenda. So
okay, great.
So I appreciate that, Jay. Thanks for mentioning that. It's something I neglected to talk about thus far since we've been at town meeting. So does anyone online have any questions, concerns? No hands are raised.
I do not.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, I don't have anything from my end
I'll
as
make a motion.
the chair. Lori, do you have a motion?
I'll make a motion to, wait, I have to figure out what I have to say now. To see if the town will vote to amend the appropriations voted for the fiscal year 2025 reserve fund by appropriating $300,000 for the fiscal year 25 reserve fund from funds certified by the Department of Revenue as free cash, and to act on anything relating thereto.
Okay. Thank you, Lori. Do I have a second to Lori's motions? Peter? Karen, can you call the voting roll? Is everybody
can.
ready? Everybody good? Okay.
Lori,
Yes.
Jay,
Yes.
Andrew,
Yes.
Macy. Yeah. Julia,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Ron,
Yes.
Judy. Yes. And Tom.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, throwing it out there. Anyone like to volunteer to do a comment on the reserve fund? Anyone want to do a comment?
You can tell me if you want.
Macy, I've just thought about you. And you just beat Julia by a hair.
You know, I don't want to take away the glory from Julia.
No, please, I couldn't possibly, please.
Macy, that would be lovely. I really appreciate it. You can take a swing. You can take a swing at it, and you and I can discuss it if you want a little bit more. If you want to put some materials in there, but I appreciate you volunteering.
No, of course. I'll be in touch.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Thank you. Okay, so we still got about 15 minutes. So Karen, can you put up Article 2?
Sure. Give me a sec.
Thank you so much. Now, this one is to accept 3 clauses of Mass General Laws, Chapter 59. This is Article 2. To accept 3 clauses from Mass General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5. And these 3 clauses under the statute would allow the annual cost of living adjustments for 3 sets of property tax exemptions found in the Clause 17, seniors, surviving spouses, and minor children of deceased parents. Clause 22 is various veterans' tax exemptions, and Clause 41 are seniors. The annual cost of living adjustments would be based on the Consumer Price Index determined by the Massachusetts DOR. Okay. And Karen has just put the language up on the screen for us, and this was discussed with us by Nick and Joanna, our treasurer. Does anybody want to talk about this? Let's take a look for a second.
Just have a question.
Sure.
I don't, did they talk about how it works currently? Like, has this just been a flat?
Yeah, Nick mentioned that the state statute does not currently offer any escalation.
Any what, sorry?
Any escalations, or there are no increases in it. That's why they're proposing this amendment. It's flat, as you mentioned.
And it's just been flat for like ever?
That, I don't recall how long, but it has not been adjusted.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think, in looking at the 3 clauses of the article, and I looked at this, so to be increased. To authorize an annual increase, this is section 3, an annual increase in the income, gross receipts, and asset whole estate limits for the exemptions granted to senior citizens under clause 41.
Judy's hand is raised.
Judy?
Thank you, Tom. Reading through this, line by line, it seems to me, and I look to my fellow committee members to correct, that it looks like each year there will be a review of the CPI that will determine the increases that will be allowed for this type of exemption for veterans, seniors, and survivors. For those that do finance, looking at you, Lori, what would happen if the CPI went down? Does anyone know if the CPI always goes up, or at least stays level?
It does always go. I only hear when it goes up.
I think it's a serious economic depression when that happens.
Brian, I like your definition, your explanation.
So this will be a fluid now instead of static. That's what this amendment will do, correct?
Yeah, we're going to adjust it from year to year.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, and I'm looking at my notes, Nick had mentioned that it would follow COLA, cost of living adjustment, not necessarily driven by CPI, but obviously that's a factor in it. And then, just to refresh everyone's memory, he had mentioned that veterans benefits are reimbursed by the state at approximately 70%. Seniors and surviving family members are currently reimbursed at 100%. So the gap the town would be facing is the net 30% difference on veterans benefits, plus whatever the increase on an annual basis would be for the cost of living adjustment. And my note said that roughly $140,000 were distributed this past year, of which approximately, I think I filled in the number for the approximate amount of $118,000. And if my math was correct, we would be looking at a net $74,000 increase, assuming everything was the same at year 10. So it's not a huge number that this would represent for the town.
Andrew, there's a reimbursement by the state on this, isn't there?
Yes, 100% for seniors and surviving family members, and 70% for veterans.
For vets, yeah, okay.
Nick also mentioned in that 30% on the veterans that isn't covered by the state reimbursement program comes out of the assessor's office fund, a fund that belongs to the assessor's office. My notes are lacking in clarity here as I look at them. How do we fund that portion at the assessor's office? How do we as a town fund that? Did anyone catch that?
No, that's a good question.
Well, we're not really funding anything, right? We're just giving property tax exemptions. So we would just be collecting less.
And being then being reimbursed by the state.
Right,
Okay.
and, I mean, in any portion, we're not reimbursed. Say that again?
With the shortfall,
Right.
the 30%.
So in essence, Julia, our tax levy, and I understand it's not significant. I am clear on that. But our tax levy would not be full, if that makes sense to you. Is that how I would interpret it? Okay,
We'd
thank
be
you.
collecting less revenue.
Yes, correct, thank you.
But to Andrew's point, it sounds relatively minimal over a 10-year period.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And don't quote me on it, that was back of the envelope math that I did, but.
I'm holding you to it, Andrew.
Yeah.
Fancy envelope. And these are all groups in our town that, I mean, it's not like, there's not like 10,000 people, you know, in these program. These correct me if I'm wrong, these interact with other discounts that we provide for these groups, right? Like if there's if you're working at the town hall, you're still gonna, this will still be available to you.
Yes, Tom, please, excuse my interrupting.
Oh, no, please, I was kind of asking that.
Okay. There are several programs that you can be a participant in more than one at the same time, as long as you meet the criteria for each program.
And this program would have no effect on any of those, is just really what my question was.
No, Nick's
believe-
answer to that question was that you're not able to combine benefits,
Okay.
but you are able to choose from the one that provides you the greatest benefit.
Okay.
I distinctly remember mentioning that.
Brian, in the case of, and I only speak to this, and I didn't realize it didn't apply across the board for every program, but in terms of the senior work program and the newly formed circuit breaker, you can participate in each of these programs at the same time. So based on that knowledge, I just assumed, apparently incorrectly, that a lot of these programs could be simultaneous, but apparently not. Thank you for that clarification, though, Brian.
No, I think the one overlap is the senior work program.
Okay.
I would assume you're allowed to participate in that in addition to any, best to view this as sort of an abatement. Or
Right,
credit.
right, perhaps because it has different parameters, it's something you just don't apply for. You have to actually put in work hours
Yes.
for the town.
Yeah,
Okay, perfect.
I'm assuming the work applies in combination with any different potential credits, but the credits do not stack.
Right, and that work program has very, very low income cap.
Yeah.
I think for 24, which was the last, or maybe it was 25 as well, 48,000 is a very low income cap. So that is reaching the most financially vulnerable seniors in our town. And that one is capped at 25 applicants per year. And currently, they only have 17 applicants. So again, a program that doesn't have a large applicant pool. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Anybody see any detractions? Anything that's... No?
Tom, I do have one
Please,
sort of
Andrew.
question.
Yes.
Any sort of limitations on these? For the minors, I'm assuming it says minors, and once they reach age, I don't know whether it's 18 or 21, the credit no longer, does that mean credit no longer applies? And same for surviving spouses. What happens if they get remarried? Does credit go away, or are these in perpetuity?
That's a good question, Andrew. Just looking at my notes. Can anyone answer
I
that?
don't.
I'm looking at the state, law that it is referencing, and just looking at section, it's in section 5, but the clause 22, I think it is. Now I've lost my place. No, I was looking at clause 41, sorry, that
It's
specifically
seniors.
refers to seniors. And it did mention, so long as they're not remarried, it's very detailed, so I think that that's probably all in here, we just need to find the details.
Okay. Do people want a little more time to look at this? To feel comfortable? We can't go through the statute. It's a good question.
Yeah, it says 41st A, real property to an amount determined as hereinafter provided of a person 65 years of age or over and occupied by him as his domicile, of a person who owns the same jointly with his spouse, either of whom is 65 years of age or older and occupied as their domicile, or, well, no, this is not the part I want. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Never mind.
I appreciate it. All those things I would assume, if to be remarried, attaining the age, it could be 21, it could be 25, who knows? It could be 18. Worthwhile, just take a second.
Yeah.
17th. Okay, so for a surviving spouse or any minor whose parent is deceased, occupies such spouse minor as his or her domicile, a person or persons over the age of 70. So 70 is the age. And has owned and occupies it as a domicile for not less than 10 years. Does not exceed the... Okay. And that the whole estate, real and personal, of the spouse, person, or minor does not exceed the value of the sum of $20,000 exclusive of property. So it's for people... with low means. In terms of, Andrew, the minor issue, that would be probably the definition of minor as provided in the statute. 70. It just refers to minor, which I would assume is those under the age of 18.
Yeah, that's defined.
So
Yeah.
the credit goes away after 18?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's tough.
Yeah, it is. 17, the clause 17 has several sections. Like, several.
And this says we're accepting clause 17F.
Yeah, notwithstanding any provision of general or special law to the contrary, an abatement granted pursuant to clause 17, 17C, 17C and half, or 17th day may be increased annually at the discretion of a city or town by an amount not to exceed the increase in cost of living as determined by the Consumer Price Index for such year. And it will take effect immediately upon acceptance by the town.
So
Jay.
So I think this goes back to something Judy raised, which I did check, and as recently as like 2009, 2010, we had negative CPI during the Great Recession. But this says may be increased by an amount not to exceed the increase in the cost of living. So to me, this says if the cost of living is negative 0.5%, this would not be decreased, I don't think.
Okay.
I've got to admit, I see our guests are here. I don't want to take too much of their time. The more we talk, the more foggy I get. Are we saying that these three things, we already offer these credits and we're only voting on, do we increase them with cost of living? Or are we voting to make these new credits?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
says, so the CPI is
Yeah.
now in play
Okay.
when we're making the evaluations.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
the credits don't exist today.
Yes.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Opposite of
What did Andrew say?
That
The credits don't exist today, according to Nick.
So that's the opposite of what I said,
Exactly.
which was,
I agree with you.
okay.
Hey, we have a, I'm sorry, Lori?
And I agree that it's more foggy now.
Okay, we're going to suspend this conversation again until Monday. Members of the Warrant Committee had asked, Julia started it. If you just look at the statute and just give it a read, and go to the specific sections that we're asking. This doesn't exist in the town right now, and we're looking to adopt it. So
Okay.
I think maybe Monday we can bring it back up and maybe have a more.
I don't know if Mr. Milano can craft an email to us, or,
We'll figure it out, just some of the details. My notes, while they're long as to some points, they lack as to some other things which have come up at this meeting. So we'll suspend the discussion until Monday and maybe take a vote if we feel comfortable then. I'll also have a conversation with the town administrator, see if we can clarify what was raised here a little bit and maybe get towards a decision on this.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, everyone. Our planning board, the town of Milton, is in attendance. Yes, I'd ask that members of the planning board come up. Chair Meredith Hall is here. Member Cheryl Tagayas, member Jim Davis, Sean Fahey, and Maggie Oldfield is here. Welcome all.
See you.
I'll slide down. We can.
I'll move over.
Yeah.
What's up, Brian?
You can get the big chair. Yes.
Great. Back at
And we
it.
can share mics. Or you can take that one. That's all good. Yeah, we can share this. I think we're.
This for candy?
I'm eyeing it. Maybe in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe in a few minutes. Get the sugar high.
Yeah.
Great.
Give the energy. Add a couple copies.
It's on the warrant committee.
Come on.
I'm good, thank you.
And we had candy then too.
Do you feed everyone that comes before you?
Oh, yeah. You can see how much we like you by the snacks. We have chocolate here tonight, so you're high on the list.
I was gonna say, there's nothing homemade though.
Not like when we had
The St. Patrick's Day meeting.
Macy is the one who makes the homemade snacks, and she is,
I know. I'm home today.
Well,
I'm home
I would like to
tonight.
take the opportunity to welcome the planning board here to the Warrant Committee. We've been spending a lot of time together over the past couple of years, I've noticed, as a member of the Warrant Committee, and we really appreciate you coming down, as a group especially, and presenting to us, so thank you. But I think we're here to talk about Article 5.
Yep.
Which is our MBTA Communities Act plan that you've been working on. We are all ears and we're excited to hear what you have to say. So Meredith, Planning Board, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. And so before I'll go into the language of the article and we'll move through that as efficiently as we can, but you probably received something that might be just helpful on how we are approaching the 10% as what would be considered an adjacent community, and really where the focus is more on the commuter line rather than the trolley. Because I think the one thing that no one can dispute is that we do have developable land area within a half mile of the three commuter stations. So part of the work that we did was with our consultant UTIL was to develop a map, which makes it really clear, because what's been interesting through this process is people didn't even realize how close their homes were to the commuter rail stations. So we are really fortunate as a town to have some great access through commuter lines outside of Milton, but within a half mile of that area. And so there's three, just that map, which this is public record and it's posted on our website. The commuter rail stations, we have the Blue Hill Ave station, which is...
Meredith, can I just interrupt you? Karen, could you put that up on the screen for us? Karen has all the documents, and I'm sorry, I should have mentioned this at the outset.
That's great. So for people watching, that's helpful.
Yeah, but
Give me a minute and just tell me which,
Sure.
if you want me to switch slides at any point.
Okay, great. That's good. So in the commuter rail station areas, while Karen is pulling that up, we have the three stations, which are the Reedville, the Fairmount station, which is heavily used, and the Blue Hill Ave station, which is a more recent commuter rail station, which is very accessible by Milton residents. The total areas that were calculated within this is 74 acres. This is the total acreage in Milton that falls within a half-mile buffer of a commuter rail station. The current use within that, there's 116 single-family parcels, 20 two-family parcels, and 13 other condo 8+ 8 units or greater. And the developable land, which was also calculated, because a lot of that, there's DCR land, there's other land which is not considered developable land, leaves the total developable land of 37.5 acres. So after subtracting and excluded land, almost exactly half of the commuter rail station area remains developable. So we then, yep, sure.
Karen needs to forward a few
Oh,
pages.
yeah, sorry, Karen. Yep, if you can go forward. Yes, so that is, and if you can scroll it up just a bit, and they can, everybody, down one. Down, back one slide. Back one more. Yeah, oh, no, yes. So this, and I don't know if you
Can
can,
you make that so it's,
Yeah.
there you go.
perfect.
So people can see the three purple areas.
So the purple areas are the half-mile radius. And then within those areas, it was determined what's developable and not developable. So those are the three stations that we are, if we were considered adjacent, that's where we would lie. So next slide. Okay, so this is the map of what a 10% looks like, because this will be interesting for town meeting, this will be interesting for you all, but these are the districts, and there is overlap between our 10% plan and the citizens petition 25. You'll see some similar districts within those, and some that are expanded. So you have the Granite North site, which I don't know, it's up in this corner, far right corner. Yep, yeah, if you scroll down just a little bit. Slide down just a little bit.
Up.
Yeah, no, sorry. Oh, we just lost it. But it was up in that top right corner. Sorry, we lost it. Thank you. Yeah, so in the orange right there, and it's color coded. So that's the Granite Ave North. And then we have to the far left, down below, the paper mill site. Then we have the Blue Hill Ave Station in purple. We have the Blue Hills Parkway corridor in the pink, Elliott Street corridor, and then the 711 Randolph Avenue, and that was back, if you scroll down. That was at the, yeah. Yep. So that's in that 711 Randolph Avenue, which is where the current 40B site is under construction right now. So the next thing that's really important for the Warrant Committee in your, assessment and recommendation is the calculations table. So down, the next slide. So this is where and this was never presented at town meeting with the 25% plan, as far as I remember. But this is where you really get an understanding when you look at the difference of the impacts, physical impacts, physical impacts, between a 10% plan and a 25% plan. These are the total number of units. You can see under unit capacity, and how many units are within each district. And this is this includes current units that are already existing within those districts. This is just the total zone capacity for those districts. So, so we have Granite Ave North, 182, the paper mill site, 171. Neither of those have residential units, so those would all be potentially new units. The Blue Hill Ave Station, 183, Blue Hills Parkway Corridor, 143 units. Elliott Street Corridor, Tier 1, 123 units. Elliott Street Corridor, Tier 2, 69 units. And Elliott Street Corridor, Tier 3, 30 units. And 711 Randolph Ave, 97 units. For a total of, those are 1,007 units, and a 10% target number is 985. So we meet that number. So part of what this, in this compliance model, we still have to meet the 15 units per acre. You still have to meet all the statutes requirements and what is required for land area. And so you can see our denominators, the density model, but these are, and basically the lot sizes, are brought here. And then you can also see the maximum number of units per acre that are allowed. Granite Ave North allows 48 units per acre. Paper mill site, 48 units per acre. Blue Hill Ave Station, 45 units per acre. Blue Hills Parkway Corridor, 30 units per acre. And then we did not have this, a number assigned specifically to this. And so that I just want to not spend too much time on this, but give you an overall sense, because that's going to be important when the citizens petition comes to you also at some point. I'm assuming, I don't know if anyone's going to present that, but that this is, that you can look at these numbers as well. Yeah.
These all considered new units?
No, so that was my, in some areas, so the Granite Ave North and the paper mill site have nothing there now. Right. So those would be new units, but the Elliott Street, the Blue Hill Ave Station, Blue Hills Parkway, those do have units, not this level of units. There will be additional units that would put into that area, but they do have some existing units that are currently there. And then the Randolph Avenue is under construction, and that will eventually be built out. And these units are a little bit higher than what's there.
So at least 353 will be brand new in some others.
Correct, and we have it, I sent in the RKG study, because that is one of the things that we've asked for from our consultant, is what is the net new number? So I know Cheryl's done some calculations of what, in the 10% plan, and what we would be looking at with, or the town meeting would be looking at with the 25% plan on the number of net new units, because that is important. Some of those exist, some of those will would be new units, primarily single-family, through the Elliott Street corridor that potentially could become a three-family, is what that would be.
Cheryl, do you have those calculations approximately?
Yes. What I did was, it's easy to look at the ones that Meredith mentioned where we know we don't have housing. But we do have parcel data that we can draw from for the Elliott Street corridor and the Blue Hills Parkway. And so I looked at that data and calculated how many singles and twos, et cetera, that were there. So what I came up with is about 500 net new units in this 10% scenario. Meredith already went over the Granite Ave North and the paper mill. What I calculated would be about 50 net new in the Elliott Street corridor, all combined, those three tiers. To be clear, the three tiers have gradated floor area ratio limits so that the size of the building, sorry,
Just make sure that everyone can hear online, sorry.
The only difference in those tiers is the floor area ratio limit, which controls the building size. But within those three tiers, as I said, there would be 50 net new, the Parkway 58, and Mattapan Station 34. The existing Unquity House at Mattapan Station has 149 units.
Elliott Street, did you say 50 or 15?
50 net
Okay,
new.
thank you.
I calculated 172 existing units. I just want to point out the paper mill site, you'll see that shows in both 10% and 25% scenarios. That has zoning that applies to it that would allow 90 units already. But it is vacant property now. Whereas Granite Ave North has an office building that's, I don't know if it's fully occupied, but definitely partially occupied.
And all of these have been reviewed by HLC for, that they likely are all acceptable. So we've been going on that information. We've been trying to, get feedback as we've looked at some things, because the paper mill site, one of the requirements that we were given initially is it, and was part of our challenge, is that it had to be, our district had to be a minimum of a 5 acre, the parcels had to be a minimum of 5 acres. And they have given us the ability to do some, a site that, the paper mill site, which would be less than that. But it's understood that that would be a site that would be really good to have to redevelop.
Are there any environmental issues with those two sites?
I don't know, that is something that the developer would have to evaluate what.
Not like wetlands or?
There are some, it butts wetlands, certainly, but as far as that goes, and that's really why we looked at increasing the density on that site, because I think there've been other developers who've looked at that site, but what's permitted there, it probably would be more costly, so giving them the incentive by higher density is more likely that we would be able to see that developed. So we thought that was a positive.
On the topic of wetlands, the paper mill site falls under the 5 acre minimum. However, they're allowing us to incorporate wetland areas to reach the 5 acre minimum, but the wetland areas would not be disturbed.
Understood.
So it was relief that they had allowed us. They've allowed us relief at Granite Ave North also, because we don't have a contiguous 5 acres there on that parcel as well.
That was another issue that we ran into. A lot of when we were looking at districts, you run into DCR and conservation land, which Milton is blessed to have, but it really makes it more challenging to find sites in Milton.
I was just going to add, this zoning doesn't supersede any other regulations, such as the wetlands regulations. There's both state and town regulations for wetlands, and those would still have to be met. and the same thing for brownfields. So if there's some contamination, they would have to follow whatever the regs are for the brownfields. So this is just purely zoning, no superseding any other requirements.
And we have some knowledge that there is a contamination issue at the paper mill site. This would create an opportunity to mitigate that. If a developer, would step forward and develop it, we could resolve,
That's right.
an issue that we'd probably all like to resolve.
Can I just add again one more comment about the paper mill? 'Cause it's something new from 2023, and the reason it's in play now is, as Meredith said, we as a town had asked for some relief on the minimum sub-district size of 5 acres, and by combining it with some DCR land, HLC has indicated that that's an acceptable location. So that's why you'll find that in both the 10% and the 25% plans. It's been indicated by HLC that it will be acceptable, and it is a place that we all felt that would be appropriate, given it already has zoning for multifamily on it.
If I may, and it's just to Mr. Fay's point, incorporating the wetlands in conservation land, is that something the state moved the needle on for Milton specifically? Or was this something that they are concerned, they're looking at for every municipality affected by this?
We don't know if they've done it for other municipalities. They may have, but I don't have a knowledge of whether they have or they haven't, but they did do it, in this particular case.
So there is some flexibility from
Yeah.
them, or you're seeing that from them?
Yeah, in fact, yeah, definitely on that. We've pleaded for a lot of flexibility, Chair, but we haven't received very much. But these are two areas where they did offer flexibility. And they initially had said, well, at the paper mill site, they initially had asked us to cross the street and, and increase to 5 acres by crossing over to the other side of the road. We discussed how that wouldn't necessarily be great for that neighborhood if they would allow us another way to, to increase the acreage to 5 acres, and they accepted that we could incorporate the wetlands. In fact, I think to be honest with you, Chair, they offered, that you could add the wetlands, to get up there. So they were flexible on that particular site.
And can I just add on Granite Ave North, that in 2023 had to be tied to Granite Ave South in order to meet the minimum sub-district size. Again, in this case, we argued as a town that Granite Ave North is a good opportunity, and yet it's isolated by highway and marshland and everything else. And so these two sites are very unique in their isolation, their location next to wetlands and the Neponset River, and in the case of course, Granite Ave is a highway. So it's not, they didn't accept every site that we might have asked them to accept, because they saw that these were very unique, so.
Yeah, and I think the last thing on Granite Ave North to Granite Ave is its known street address. They wouldn't allow the DOT property to be included because the DOT has not stated that it is a property that they intend to dispose of. So for that reason, they gave consideration to Granite Ave and allowed us to include it.
So just another quick thing. We're not allowed to include municipal or state-owned land unless it's part of a plan that's already been in place for housing use. And Granite Ave South previously was part of our housing production plan, which is why it was allowed to be included before. That housing production plan has expired now, and so we no longer have that in a plan that's been accepted by HLC. So housing production plans have to be accepted by HLC also, which we had done as a town in 2020. I understand the planning department and the town administrator are working on updating it now. But that's why it was also eliminated now.
Great.
Can I ask a question?
sure.
Cheryl, you had made a comment about 90 units at the paper mill site?
The zoning would allow for it currently
Today?
under, it's called brownfield zoning. I'm not sure the exact section in the zoning bylaw, but if you look that up under our existing that section was designed for that parcel years ago. And nothing's come forward.
And nothing's come forward, yeah. And it would be great, it actually is waterfront, you know, I think the potentials could be an interesting opportunity. So, okay, so for time, I think, did you have any, I think that was the end of those slides there. Karen? Yep, okay, great. So, so let's move, we can move now to the zoning language, and I'll just sort of run through this quickly. So the Article 5 states, to see if the town will vote to amend Chapter 275 of the general bylaws, known as the zoning bylaw, by adding the following new section, 275-3.2X, MBTA communities, multifamily overlay district, and to amend the zoning map to include the MBTA communities multifamily overlay district, including the following subdistricts: Granite Ave North subdistrict, Paper Mill Site subdistrict, Blue Hill Ave Station subdistrict, Blue Hills Parkway corridor subdistrict, Elliott Street corridor subdistrict, and the 711 Randolph Ave subdistrict, as shown on the MBTA communities multifamily overlay district boundary map dated May 8th, 2025. This section, it's always important to state the purpose of doing such an article. And the purpose of the MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District is to allow multifamily housing as of right in accordance with Section 3A of the Zoning Act, Mass General Laws, Chapter 40A. This zoning provides for an as of right multifamily housing to accomplish the following purposes. 1, to meet local housing needs along the full range of incomes, promoting social and economic diversity and the stability of individuals and families living in Milton. 2, to ensure that the new multifamily housing creation is harmonious with the existing community. 3, provide a wide range of housing alternatives to meet Milton's diverse housing needs. 4, promote smart growth development by siting multifamily housing adjacent to transit or in areas where existing commercial and civic amenities and infrastructure already exist. And 5, increase the municipal tax base through private investment in new residential development. So then it goes on to establish and the applicability. So the MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District is an overlay district having a land area of approximately 71 acres in size that is superimposed over the underlying zoning district and is shown on the zoning map. Where an applicant may develop multifamily housing located within this multifamily zoned area district in accordance with the provision of this section. 275-3.2X. The underlying zoning, under the underlying zoning, this district is an overlay district superimposed on underlying zoning districts. The regulations for use, dimension, and all other provisions of the zoning bylaw governing the respective underlying zoning district or districts shall remain in full force except for uses allowed as of right or by special permit within this district. And they use the term that the MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District, we have it abbreviated in our zoning when I refer to MCMOD. That's what that states. So uses that are not identified in this section are governed by requirements of the underlying zoning districts. Subdistricts. The MCMOD contains the following subdistricts, all of which are shown on the MCMOD boundary map: Granite Ave North subdistrict, Paper Mill Site subdistrict, Blue Hill Ave Station subdistrict, Blue Hills Parkway corridor subdistrict, Elliott Street corridor subdistrict, and the 711 Randolph Ave subdistrict. The next part of the zoning goes into definitions. I won't read through all of those, but those are available. We actually have over two and a half a little over 2 pages of definitions, which are taken from the state's definitions. So, and a lot of this is also language that was taken from the 2023 zoning. A lot of the calculations obviously have changed, but a lot of this, you'll start to recognize some familiar language from the previous article that was brought to town meeting. So then it goes through, each of the sub-districts, the Granite Ave, and these will be the same. I'll read just for Granite Ave. The purpose of each sub-district, the purpose of the Granite Ave sub-district is to provide high-quality, mid-rise, multifamily or mixed-use development on a large commercial or underutilized parcels with good access to transit, shared use paths, and Interstate 93. And Karen has this up, which is great. A lot of this language, again, is repetitive, so I won't go through each one. Applicability, uses permitted as a right, mixed-use development. In all of these districts, any developer would always be allowed to do a mixed-use development. But part of what you'll see is one of the requirements under HLC is that we can only mandate 25% of the zoning to require mixed use. That was an issue why we took East Milton Square off, because we had to pick where it was going to go. You'll see it was, we had chosen the Milton Village previously, but you're limited to the 25% on where that can go. But a developer always has the right to do first floor commercial.
Just not in the Elliott Street corridor.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Not in the, correct. So moving through, we'll go through to number 5 is really what carves out how this is going to fit onto each site, which I think is important for the residents. So the table of dimensional standards, the lot size, we don't have a minimum on this for the Granite Ave site. We have a maximum, it's a 6 stories, which is currently what exists there. This is 75 feet, very high, higher than anything else in Milton, but that's what exists currently. And you'll find that, just in a couple of locations, but that is what is currently there. Minimum open space requirement, 30%. Maximum units per acre is 48. The minimum frontage, we did not put a requirement on there. Front yard setback is a 30 feet. Side yard setback, 10 feet. Minimum sum of both sides setback, 20 feet. Rear yard setback, 20 feet. And maximum floor area ratio, 1.1. And just for those when you hear floor area ratio, I just wanted to, because a lot of people might not know what that is. That is a measurement derived by dividing the total building area by the total lot area. So that's when you hear FAR or floor area ratio. That's how we, as the planning board, were able to determine really the size of what the size of the building will ultimately be. Sorry.
Stepping back a second.
Yeah.
Is Granite Ave, I'm confused about the mixed use status. Because this seems to say you can build multifamily housing or you can build mixed use. Am I reading that correctly?
You can, yes, you can. You could do either.
So you can do just residential.
You can do just residential, yes.
Maybe I'm skipping ahead, but what are the districts where they have to mixed use?
So that's in the zoning language.
No, I'm just asking which of these 7 districts requires mixed use? I know I'm skipping ahead.
You know what? Now I'm trying to remember, because I know we had talked a lot about mandatory. Yeah.
Paper mill doesn't look like it.
There's none in the
This is a housing initiative.
Yeah. You know what?
MBTA, it's a housing initiative. It's not to protect small
This one,
business.
we didn't, I think we did not put it in on this, because these are not, and none of these are currently business districts as exist. So we did not put a requirement in on this. The 25%, we had to choose, because we had to choose East Milton Square, there were districts that we were required to put in. We have done, and what's not in this that you'll see are some of the Milton Village districts. And part of that reason is we've just done the overlay zoning in the Milton Village with design guidelines. So that was recent that we passed. So that is covered with an overlay zoning plan that currently exists which is overlaid over commercial. So we took commercial properties in the Milton Village, allowed mixed use currently in those. But they are not allowed, it would not be allowed to do all residential unless it's already residentially zoned, if that makes sense. So all of these other areas were not currently business uses. So
Meredith,
except for
Granite Ave,
Granite
2
Ave
Granite
North.
Ave is commercial.
is commercial currently, yes.
It's business zone right now.
True, that is true, yep. So that could
By
be
special
something.
permit,
No,
correct, no.
it's, the zoning there is
It is
business zoning,
commercial.
commercial zoning.
Right. So that is something that we could add, that we currently don't have in there. So we offer the opportunity to a developer to do either.
Would that hurt the count of units? Like if we say a 6-story building is Grand Ave North, 6-story building gives us 182, but if we say a 6-story mixed-use building, would that hurt our 182?
It would change our numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, because that does count. We had to take that into consideration of, when you do that, you lose
The first floor.
the first floor.
Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, a certain percentage
25%.
would be required. So that would throw our compliance numbers off.
Okay, thank you.
But we could look at how, if we could get something there in the future. Okay, so then we, so then we have the paper mill site, which again, just to read quickly, the purpose of the paper mill subdistrict is to provide high-quality mid-rise multifamily and mixed-use development that recognizes its unique geography and history. So this has, again, sort of similar language. And then going to these, table of dimensional standards, we can scroll down to number 5 on this. That does not have a minimum lot size. Primarily, the reason why in looking at this, both of these districts don't have any other real abutters around them. They have wetlands, they have nature. So we really wanted to allow, when we were looking at this, we looked at, the minimum open space. We were less concerned about that. There were certain factors that we looked at. This, we also determined a maximum of 6 stories. On this site, it's set down lower, so we're allowing for a taller building, 75 feet, minimum open space 30%, maximum units per acre 48. The minimum frontage, none, front yard setback 20, side yard setback 10, minimum sum of both side setbacks 20, rear yard setback 30 feet, and the maximum FAR, floor area ratio, of 1.1 on that as well. And these also have, minimum parking spaces is 1 space. So minimum, the parking space, we did not have a requirement on that. If there is a non-residential component, we do require 1 space for every 1,500 square feet of commercial space. And in multifamily, we have bike parking, and that's 1 space per residential unit, 1 space per 500 square feet of commercial space.
Meredith,
Yeah.
why the difference from, was the first one Granite Ave? Granite Ave?
Yeah.
With the front yard setback at 30, and then at the paper mill, it's 20. And it's like flip-flop with the rear. Granite Ave was 20, and the paper mill is 30.
Sorry, you were saying that the front yard setback and the rear yard setback were flipped?
Well, yes, they're not the same. I was thinking they'd be the same. But Granite Ave has a front yard setback of 30 feet, and the paper mill has a front yard setback of 20 feet. Was there a conscious decision on that, or?
I think it was, and my board members can remind me, but it was a tighter site overall. So I think we were allowing maybe a little more flexibility on the paper mill.
UTIL developed these setbacks, and in part because we were targeting a certain zone capacity for each, so they had to adjust open space, parking, and setbacks
To make it work.
to make it all work. One thing I would say about this one in rear yard, the rear yard would be towards the river and towards the wetland, so it actually would make sense to keep it a little further away there. Granite Ave, that's already kind of built up in a sense, like it's in a floodplain, so that building that's there, the commercial, is up on columns with parking underneath. That's probably what would have to happen in any redevelopment there as well. And so I think, but really here, it wasn't so much a site design analysis as much as it was a numbers.
Model.
The model.
Make the model work.
Make the model work.
Model.
Can I just ask a quick question? What is, I'm sorry, are you in the middle of something?
I just wanted another question, but you can go, and then I'll
I don't
come
want to
back.
interrupt you.
No, go ahead. It's a different thought.
What is a good FAR that you're trying to shoot for?
It completely varies on the site because you look at the difference in the Elliott Street corridor FAR versus what fits here. And again, it goes to the numbers, the model numbers that we are trying to accomplish. It also might be maybe the height of a building, if we want it to be a lower building, but it was controlling the size based on the size. We have Elliott Street has, so much smaller lots. In the Blue Hills Ave corridor, 5,000 or 7,000. So trying to control the size of the building.
So if you think about how you want to hit the unit capacity, and you want to set the height limit, and you want to set your open space, then you're left with what volume you're going to get. And then you're looking at the unit size. And the model or the regs require a minimum unit size that gets plugged in of 1,000 square feet. And so these numbers work back and forth. We didn't want to have larger FAR than necessary. So we wanted to target these unit sizes to be what you would be smaller, so that you're increasing the range of the housing type that
Too
we
large
have.
would mean less units, right?
Too large would be less units, and so you're having to really absorb larger buildings. So we wanted to tailor it down so that the buildings, particularly in the Elliott Street corridor, would fit in with the size of the buildings that are already there. But it is something where we talked about this before, that in some cases, you could still meet all these other parameters, but have a much larger building if you didn't address FAR.
Gotcha. Thanks.
It's the compliance model that was in the set of slides earlier. You see the graphic table. It's incredibly complicated to work with. I think most of the residents in town have probably no understanding at all of how difficult it is. Even UTIL, the consultant that worked on our behalf, we always had UTIL to adjust the model. We've never been able to adjust the model ourselves. And as soon as you change one data point, you impact another data point. I think an awful lot of residents probably don't realize how difficult the model that the state created, for every town to have to work within. It's been really, really hard. And to be honest with you, we're fortunate to have Cheryl, who's an architect, who does an awful lot of residential design, because it allowed us, to have her expertise to tweak this and make sure that we were creating something that would protect the neighborhoods to the extent that we possibly could. But as Cheryl said, there are limitations to what we were able to do, where we're still compelled to 15 units per acre. And then we evaluated lot sizes, and we tried to avoid, bringing harm to the neighborhoods. But it's enormously challenging to do, enormously challenging.
And quite frankly, they didn't provide it to us fast. several times for them to send us the compliance model. So we all could sort of, play around with it. But they said it was too complicated for us.
So the compliance model is available on HLC's website as a spreadsheet database. The problem is, or I don't know if it's a problem, but the unique characteristic that UTIL's told us is no other community that they've worked with has as many sub-districts as we have, and so it requires some customization of the compliance model. And we did receive in 2023 the compliance model, and I did try and understand it and work with it, but it would take a lot of training, because you have to be a GIS or have a GIS person who can go in and do mapping for you. So it does get complicated, as Sean said. And I think what was a better use of our time with UTIL was to ask them, based on all of their experience that they've had now in the last few years, what if we wanted to do this, or what if we wanted to look at that? And they could give us their initial thoughts in the meeting, but still, they had to go back and work with the model themselves, and every time we change the boundary of a district, that would take them some time to do, because it has to go back to that GIS mapping.
Multiple people jumping on a waterbed.
I suppose. And the whole thing is really, you pull one thing and you could just dismantle the whole thing, right? Because, yeah, squirt it all out, right? But that's exactly it, so.
It was a public forum that was held at, down at,
Council on Aging?
no, I want to say the library, but it was
Arts
the library
Center.
when I was a kid.
Arts
The Arts Center, thank you.
Oh.
But, and it was at that meeting that Matthew Littell had said that, well, he had said it at that meeting, and he said it at a subsequent meeting with the planning board, that Milton is the only town that has 14 sub-districts. And of the 170, well, I should say correctly, of all the towns that they've provided their services to. And now, it's my opinion, as one planning board member, that is really indicative of how inappropriate 25% is for Milton. We are such a unique town. It's been enormously difficult, even for UTIL, to try to, figure this out and come up with something. But 14 sub-districts, he didn't tell us, what the nearest number of sub-districts in any other town is to ours, but he was definitive when he said that 14 is, nobody has 14.
Didn't even know that till now.
So one thing, if you think about it, is the law says 15 units an acre, but the regs give flexibility of how you achieve that. So it's an average. So we've taken advantage of the flexibility in the regs to tailor some to what we have on the ground, basically. So some areas have higher density and some areas have lower, so that we can hit the average of 15. And that's why there's so many different districts. We put height restrictions in some at 4.5, some at 2.5, some at 6. And some setbacks are different. Some of the FARs are different, because they're all tailored to what's already existing in those areas. And that's why we have so many sub-districts. If we just applied 15 units an acre across everything within a half mile of the trolley or the commuter rail, no one would be happy with it. And so the complexity is the result of our trying to make this work the best as it can for Milton, whether it's 10% or 25%. That strategy has been applied.
Yeah, and case in point, 2 Granite Ave, I think it's 182. And does anybody remember, is that 3.5 acres? I don't remember, but
think so.
you'll find an area like that where probably somewhere 45 units per acre. But yet on Elliott Street, the average, if you looked at the size of the lot and the number of units, we're within 15 units per acre.
The Elliott Street corridor was capped at 3 units per lot. And that's to keep the district from having a lot of tearing down of existing housing stock and new kinds of housing stock go in. It's really about allowing some additional units to be added to the housing stock that's there. And in order to do that, we had to find places that could have higher density. And that's why we looked at places like Granite Ave, 2 Granite Ave and Paper Mill, and even whether we could get credit for 40B developments, which is what the 25% does more than this one because of the total numbers of units. But, and even, again, sort of what was last, or taken out here, it's called Milton Station, where we already have multifamily. You know, the regs allow us to put this zoning in places where we already have multifamily, which, so when we're looking at sort of strategies of why including certain areas, we looked at that, so that we could keep as the higher unit counts at the places that already have bigger buildings.
What it does mean in the neighborhoods, Elliott Street, Blue Hill Ave, if your property fits into the classification, 7,000, 10,000, 15,000 square feet, and it's a single-family home now, you could tear down that single-family home and replace it with 3 units. So when Cheryl calculates net new, if there's a single-family home on that parcel now, we have to recognize that that single-family home can be replaced by 3 residential units, for example.
And an ADU.
Well, I was going to ask, that's one of my questions is a duplex with an ADU or 2 ADUs? Is that a multifamily?
No,
No.
not the way the definition
It's
works.
defined as a 3.
Okay.
Notably, too, and again, you're not asking this question, but I think some of this is really important because, there's an awful lot for the Warrant Committee to digest. There's an awful lot for the Select Board to digest, and there's an awful lot of detail within this that probably isn't recognized. Elliott Street and Blue Hill Ave will not have any affordable housing units. They will all be market rate units. The only affordable units that we could zone is if the development is 10 units or greater.
It's actually 8, Sean.
8, I'm sorry.
Shouldn't show.
Put it at 8.
Did you
So-
lower that?
We were allowed to go to 8.
Yeah, they allow us. But that means the paper mill will definitely have, if it gets developed, will definitely have affordable units. 2 Granite Ave will definitely have affordable units, but it has to be a development greater than 8 units. So you could see that all of these neighborhood changes that could take place, none of those will be affordable housing units. They can't, because you couldn't build 8 units as we've created this.
This law, though, doesn't it say, it says specifically in the law, there's no affordability requirements.
Correct.
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 But you're putting it in.
Correct.
That's a Milton.
There is a requirement that if it is greater than, and it was 10% originally, that you would have, greater than 10 units, you would have 10% affordable units.
Okay.
So if you built 182 units at 2 Granite Ave, you would have had originally 19 affordable units within that. But a lot of the zoning that's within the neighborhoods will not have enough residential units to trigger an affordability requirement.
And we'll get to that. That's part of the zoning language is the affordability piece
Okay.
that we'll,
And
that
just
we
to
could talk
play on
about.
it, the danger there is that it drives our housing stock numbers up, and we never reach our safe harbor of 10% to not be susceptible to 40Bs. So that's the,
That's what I was just gonna ask, because that's just, we're continuing to push
Yeah.
further away.
yeah, more exposure to 40Bs. Then with the ADU law on top of that, it's even more exposure to 40Bs.
So one thing,
We'll almost never get to that 10%.
one thing that I will point out about the ADUs too is that you still have setback requirements and you still have the other zoning requirements. So like right now, our single-family zoning has very few restrictions. So that's why you see some pretty big houses on what seem like some pretty small parcels. We don't have a floor area ratio requirement under our current single-family, and therefore we can't have it under our ADU. You can't make your ADU requirements more stringent than your single-family. So, but what we also have are just the height and setback requirements. And so one of the things, people, we've talked about on the board is whether we look at our single-family zoning and see if it should be rethought in some areas now, contemplating how ADUs are going to get built. But the ADUs follow the single-family. They don't follow an overlay like this. Okay, so that's, well, these setbacks might be certain dimensions and heights. The ADU would have to follow the single-family.
But they're capped at 900, right?
Yes.
900 square feet, so.
Julia's next.
Thank you. Just wondering, for the maximum building height requirements, what is a half of a story for like 2.5 stories?
Gable roof.
Yeah, that would be an example.
Or it could be a floor that doesn't take up the same size as the floor below it. So, like if the gable roof is probably the cleanest or simplest to envision, but you can have one where your 5th floor is stepped in on all sides, or your 6th floor is stepped, or I guess in that case, it would be your 5th floor stepped in on all sides.
And when you say gabled roof, could that be like if you dormered out your attic, like for another floor, that would be a half floor?
Yeah, so it's the same, like if you think about your single families now, you're allowed 2.5 stories. And that half story has a definition in the building, or in the zoning code rather. And it's basically 2/3 of the floor area of the floor immediate below it, measured from a height of 4 feet, if you draw it. So if you're sloped like this and you draw a line at that 4 feet, that's the area you measure. And if you're 2/3 of the floor below it, then that's counted as a half story. If you have more than that, then that's a 3rd story, not allowed.
Thank you.
Okay.
You disagree with me, Sean?
Not at all. No, but it takes some creativity. I'm sorry, it takes some creativity to do that architecturally.
Ron sees his hand is raised, excuse me.
Lori, then Ron.
There's an exception in here for renewable energy installations that says the site plan review authority or special permit granting authority may waive the height and setbacks in the table of dimensional standards to accommodate installation of solar and all of that good stuff. So could a building go up to 9 stories to do that?
No, I think that would
Can
be,
get waived?
that would be more of equipment, like if there was equipment on the roof, if there needed to be, I'm trying to think of an example.
Air conditioning
Air
condensers or something
Yeah,
like that.
certain HVAC systems or something that would be, because
Sometimes larger buildings, you're required to have the stair go up to the roof, so that would go, normally that doesn't count as a story. The elevator overrun, some mechanical equipment, as long as it's not occupied space, and it's generally a fairly small portion. This is found elsewhere in our zoning, though, the same language.
And then my other question was about parking. Are we, what are our requirements? I know that we talked about this back in '23 too, and the parking makes me nervous because we have no place to park now. I don't know if you guys know that.
I know. So we were pretty restrictive on this, we always, and the only reason why is because it throws off the number of units, your density, and depended on the site, when we were looking at it, but it was, the more parking that you require, that will take up,
Space from the units.
that will take up, we would have lost units. And so we were trying to push the number of units that we would have gotten on that site.
In the zone capacity,
Zone
so
capacity.
the developer is going to propose the amount of parking that they think they need to make a project successful. If they think that they can make a project successful without any parking spaces, which is I've seen only a few in Boston that have been proposed with 0 parking spaces.
Have they been built?
They have.
And they've not been successful. They've actually, the developers have learned, they've been trying, especially like in South Boston, there've been some that they're not marketable. They won't sell.
Exactly.
So that's where this allows the market to determine the amount of parking, and yet doesn't use parking to limit the zone capacity. It's a kind of a numbers thing, if you will. I won't call it a game.
A lot of numbers games going on with this
We
project.
do put a maximum in though at one point in a couple of districts, which limits it to 1. So even if a developer wanted to do 2 unit, I'm sorry, 2
1.5,
spots.
yeah.
Because it's the
they
max.
wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, I think,
With a maximum, you only get 1, so it probably wouldn't be built, is my thinking.
they could go for a variance if they wanted to add parking spaces.
They can
when-
always come back and ask if there's,
If a zoning doesn't allow for a project to work, projects won't happen, just like at the paper mill site. That zoning's been in place for as long as I've been involved in town affairs, so that's at least 15 years, so it's probably been on the books even longer, and nothing has come, so that would be the case here too, if this doesn't allow a project to pencil out, to work financially, either they seek a variance or not come forward at all.
And developers, are they targeting a certain rate of return that they want to get?
Their financing usually dictates it, so their lenders usually dictate it at a minimum of 20%.
My investments return 20%.
Yeah, a lender won't finance it though, so that's,
I know mine can't get 20% on some of my jobs.
It is, yeah, it's crazy. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Ron, do you have a question?
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hey, this is super helpful, and I really appreciate all the information. Clearly, the planning board's put a lot of time, effort, and thought into all this work, so thank you so much for coming in and explaining this. I had a question about some of the exceptions that you talked about, the 5-acre exception, and also was it 10 units to 8 units for affordable housing? Are these exceptions from the agency in writing? Are they formalized? Or are they just kind of things that they said to us on a phone call? I just wanted to know how reliable we feel those representations are when we look at these plans. Thank you.
Yep, that's great. Yes, they've reviewed this, and it's been through primarily through the discussion with the consultants who work closely with HLC. So we're relying on the verification from our consultants and as being reliable.
It's not in writing.
It's not in writing.
It's not in writing. I guess that's the
Yeah.
bottom line. And we didn't ask for it in writing. We expected if they said so, that they could do so credibly.
Yeah. There's a review process, which is, which things get run through the consultant, through HLC, and that's often, with each of these districts, we've had to, if there were anything that didn't seem, obviously, clear that these would qualify, the state does a review process in advance, and they'll do it in advance with any of the zoning as well, so.
Yeah, and I think just for a little bit more clarity on this, to give everyone comfort that we should feel confident accepting this, we asked the questions to HLC in one meeting. They said they needed to seek approval from a higher authority. They came back to us in a subsequent meeting and gave us those answers. So it's, in the context of the authority structure within HLC, we felt comfortable where they had asked the question after the first meeting and gave it to us in the second meeting that we could rely on it.
Okay, that's helpful. So they've reviewed these reliances because they're baked into our submissions, and they've kind of given us a preliminary assessment, I guess, but not a formal. These are exceptions that everyone can rely on.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so then we can move, so the next, we have the Blue Hill Ave Station Subdistrict. The purpose of the Blue Hill Ave Station Subdistrict is to provide high-quality, mid-rise multifamily housing on large sites in a transit-oriented district. So here, we're dealing with lots that are a smaller size. So the minimum lot size here would be a 5,000 square foot lot. The lot area per additional unit would be 1,000 square feet. The height, we are allowing 6 stories here and 75 feet. The reason why is because this is where Unquity House is. So this was primarily, it was Unquity House. We had to add a few more single-family houses in there to get our 5 acres, but that is where we have the 6 stories as it currently exists. Minimum open space, 40%. Maximum units per acre, 45. The minimum frontage, none. Front yard setback, 15 feet. And this is consistent with what is actually in that area right now. Minimum side setbacks, 5 feet. Minimum sum of both sides setbacks, 20 feet. Rear yard setback, 30 feet. Maximum floor area ratio of 1.1 here.
So on a 5,000 square foot lot in this area, this sub-district, we can have 6 stories.
There's, if the way it's designed is, I believe that those lots are less than 5,000,
Yeah.
so that they don't get to be used unless there's some combination with others. So it's really, those are only added in so that you can reach the minimum 5 acres, but it's really designed to only be applicable to Unkledy House. It's another one of the gaming,
Okay.
the model.
I was going to say, that's not 5 acres, or just shy.
Right, right.
Okay, so
So
you
those
gotta
would
get it
not
up.
be able to be developed alone. They would have to be,
And they wouldn't give you like Unkledy House property because it's less than 5. Okay, got it.
Sure. How many acres is 5,000 square feet? I just asked Google, but,
1 acre is 43,560.
so about a tenth of an acre.
You and I have it?
So a tenth of an acre?
Maybe a little less, Jay, yeah.
And these lots next to Unkledy House are less than a tenth of an acre? The state's telling me there's one that's a tenth of an acre. The rest of them are like 0.15 acres, 0.14 acres. Okay, pretty close. All right. Sorry, can I ask?
Sure, Jim.
I'm also lot per additional unit. I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. So the minimum's 5,000 square feet, but then for an additional unit, I don't know what additional to what. I'm just confused by what that means.
that would be additional to, I don't remember why that language was put in there.
That's the way UTIL dealt with this idea that they have these lots.
The additional.
That can't be applied. So Jay, let's just say the minimum lot size 5,000, but you have to have an additional lot area for an additional unit that triggers you up higher. So let's say that means you're going to need, at least 7,000 square feet, right? To do 3 units? Yeah, lot area per additional, you're not following me?
I'm not following, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Well, this is where it yeah.
so you start out with a 5,000 square foot parcel, but it's just one house. And then when you want to do another unit, you go to 6 and then 7. But I don't think you can get to 3 until you get to 7,500. I think is the way I understand it.
Right, so that's how they were able to include those parcels, but have them not actually be developed.
6 stories.
To 6 stories, exactly. It
It'd be a
was,
really tall, really narrow building
Right? Crazy.
on
Right,
7,500
yeah,
square
that's-
feet.
we needed those to be for basically the land area, but didn't necessarily want, those couldn't be properly developed.
And let's just say Unkledy House was able to purchase all of them, then that changes
Right.
the scenario. But it was the idea that they wouldn't be developable individually. Here, you're going to have to rely on UTIL's expertise on crafting that, Jay.
Well, that's fine, but let's say I buy something and I want to build it. I need to read this and understand it, and people in this building need to read this and understand it?
No, you don't, because you're going to hire an architect.
Okay, I don't, but someone in Town Hall, someone in Milton Town Hall has to understand what this means.
The building commissioner enforces the zoning.
They know that stuff.
Okay. I'm not going to get hung up, I don't understand it, but I'm not going to get hung up on it.
And an architect would be involved. Okay. So the only other things on this is for the parking spaces, again, 1 space per residential unit. Again, that's a little bit less than some of the others, but this is very close to transit area, which is what is driving this whole plan, is that it's supposed to be transit-oriented housing, and people should be not necessarily relying on cars, but so we tightened that up a little bit. Although, everybody drives in Milton. So one, and then the minimum one space, again, for 1,500 square feet of commercial space. And then for the bicycle parking, one space, again, for residential, one space for commercial. Next, we have the Blue Hills Parkway Corridor Subdistrict. The purpose of the Blue Hills Parkway Corridor Subdistrict is to provide opportunities for lower density, high-quality multifamily housing that helps to preserve the existing physical context of the 1- and 2-unit neighborhood adjacent to Blue Hills Parkway, near Mattapan Station and the Blue Hill Ave commuter rail station. This area is a minimum lot size of 7,000 square feet. The maximum, again, stories trying to be characteristic of what the existing character, the fabric of the neighborhood that exists. 2.5 stories here, a maximum of 35 feet. Minimum open space 50%, units per acre 30, minimum frontage 50 feet, front yard setback 20 feet, side yard setback, minimum setback 5 feet, minimum sum of both side setbacks 20 feet, rear yard setback 20 feet, and the maximum floor area ratio FAR of a 0.5 here. And then again, one space per residential unit, one space for parking as well. And this does not allow for the mixed use here. This is only residential in this area. So,
Julia?
yeah.
Yeah, I have a question about this sub-district in particular, because I live by this area. So there are lots of houses, some of which are already multifamily, that don't have any parking. They don't have a driveway, or there's a driveway that, could accommodate one car or two, but there's like 5 cars between the 2 units.
So, I'm sorry, can I correct you?
Sure.
So are they 2 families or are they multi?
2 families, excuse me. That's what, when I say multi, I meant 2 families. So where, okay, let's say a single family in this scenario that doesn't have a driveway gets sold to a developer, torn down, 2 families built, they would have to build in 2 parking spots to a parcel that currently has none? Is that how I'm reading this? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
But no one would force an existing 2-family that doesn't have any parking.
Right.
To put in parking. So
Right.
that's pre-existing.
Yep.
Maybe that's a good
Well, there's no
question, how
minimum
many
here,
of those units
There is.
exist?
This is only a max.
A lot on my street.
For multi-
I mean, when people say we don't have overnight parking in Milton, I laugh. Like, we all have to park on the street.
Yes,
You know,
there
I
are
apologize.
driveways.
Julia,
Not none, but not every unit has a driveway.
Julia, I apologize. In this district, we don't have a minimum. We only have a maximum. So it would not be, so you could
Oh.
do a 2-family and not require off-street parking. It's not, there's not a minimum here in this particular district. There was in the previous, but not in this area. Again, looking at the existing conditions probably is.
Yeah, I mean, it's concerning to me only because the official rule in Milton is
No
no street parking. But there's literally nowhere for people to park.
Right.
And then every 3 times a year, the police come and ticket everyone on the street.
Right, it's a-
And it's, some of the most vulnerable populations in Milton who are getting these tickets for a situation they don't have an alternative for.
Right. So that is something we could, think about adding at some point to put,
To put a minimum instead of a
minimum of
maximum,
1.
you mean?
Can I ask a question about renewable energy installation? This construction is all subject to the new stretch code, correct?
Right.
And there's no way, if there's an abutter issue or anything like that, where that could be waived by the zoning board of appeals? Like if we put in these battery panels it's going to mess up the setback. That would never be a situation where we would say, okay, you don't have to put those batteries in. Or would the work on the variance? Kind of a crazy question, but I'm just concerned, new construction subject to the new stretch code, and it won't be waived? If it is a construction issue concerning solar panels or anything like that, concerning height?
I don't think a municipality can waive skirt the building code. I think the building code is set in stone.
Okay.
I mean, whether we can.
No, just as it's in terms of this zoning here. There's a portion in there about.
It says may, it doesn't say is required to waive.
Okay.
So I think it would depend on the situation. The permit granting authority in this case is the planning board, so the planning board would review it. And remember that this is subject to, she hasn't gotten to it yet, but it's subject to site plan review.
True.
Which we just passed in May, which has a lot of requirements. In part, it was designed to make sure it provided a lot of review for MBTA communities
Okay, yeah.
projects.
Yeah.
Right, so but this is a situation that would be looked at along with all the other things.
Everything else, okay.
Yeah.
It was kind of a crazy question, I was just wondering.
It's actually not, because it's a bit complicated,
Yeah.
right? I mean, we certainly have building code that has to be complied with, and there will be some situations where a preferred development is going to look for relief. We can't predict them, but.
Yeah, I mean, this zoning sets the maximum number of units. It doesn't mean that by the time you look at all your other conditions, that you're going to be able to achieve it. And one of the other things I would say is it's based on 1,000 square feet, which, that's gross. So when you mean gross, and you're a multifamily, that counts your stairs, your hallways, your elevator, all the other, your trash room and all of that gets divvied up. Normally that's, I would call it like if you had 800 square feet of net and 200 square feet that gets assigned to gross, because you have like an 80-20. So you're looking at this zoning allowing for like an 800 square foot unit max. So the reality is every development going to be 800 square feet, which is either a very small 2-bed or a 1-bed? So you're really probably looking at a lesser number than what the zoning allows. Then you have to add in the other things, whether it's wetlands, whether it's the configuration of the property, whether there's other things you want to try and keep, whether the slope is high, whether you have rock, all sorts of things that come into how you plan a development. So remember, this is the absolute top that you would see on anything. And if it came in and you said, well, I need a waiver for this or that, you could say, no, you can plan this differently. You can plan this so that you're building, in reality, you don't have to grant the waiver. You don't have to. So if it meant that they have to do 18 units instead of 20 to shrink their footprint so they're within the setback, you could say that's what you have to do.
Okay. I thank you for that answer very much. Appreciate it.
And even though we're maxing out at 3 units per property, I'm anticipating a lot of properties might just go to 2, because they might want a little bit more space, driveway space, so they're going to be taking advantage of an opportunity, a financial opportunity, but they still want a little bit more privacy. So I would anticipate a lot of singles at least go to 2s.
Thank you.
The driver of it, though, last comment on this will be the market. It's what is profitable. No one is going to do this unless it pencils out. So, if it is so restrictive that it's difficult to build 3 and you have to build 2, you can just imagine how expensive 2 would be in lieu of 3. So, not only is there not a requirement for affordability, affordability will be tested by the restrictive nature of all these parameters.
It's fair. Accurate. Jay.
Can I ask a follow-up question to the idea that they might build a duplex? this allows multifamily housing, and as we've heard tonight and many other times, multifamily housing is 3 or more. So am I being too nitpicky? Like, if it's currently zoned for single family and we allow zone for multifamily, which is 3 or more, are they allowed to build a duplex?
Well, just like I said, you're allowed to build up to, let's say, 45 units, say, an acre on the others. That doesn't mean you have to build 45 units, right?
Okay.
So the same could apply to, you're allowed up to 3, but you don't have to.
I knew it was a nitpicky question. I just had to ask.
You know, it's an interesting one on the 3s, because it was one I had been thinking about previously, too.
And this is a situation where this truly might be a family doing it. So it might not pencil out for a developer, but for a family, I think it could pencil out.
Agreed. Good. Okay. So now we have the Elliott Street Corridor Subdistrict. The purpose of the Elliott Street Corridor Subdistrict is to provide opportunities for lower density, high quality, multifamily housing that helps preserve the existing physical context of the 1 and 2 unit neighborhoods directly adjacent to the Mattapan trolley. This dimensional standards on this, again, all of the language is the same. Minimum lot size here is 7,000 square feet. Height, maximum 2.5 stories, maximum of 35 feet. Minimum open space requirement, 40%. Maximum units per lot, 3 units on lots 7,000 square feet or more. The minimum frontage, 50 feet. Front yard setbacks, we did not have a front yard setback. Excuse me, it's 15 feet. Sorry, it's on the next page. The side yard setback, the minimum side setback, 5 feet, minimum sum of both sides of setback, 20 feet. Rear yard setback, 20 feet. Lot sizes, and this is sort of a scaled max floor area ratio. Lots 7,000 to 9,999 square feet, 0.5 FAR. Lots 10,000 to 14,999 square feet, 0.40. Lots 15,000 square feet or more, 0.27. And then we have maximum spaces, 1 space per residential unit. And then multifamily bicycles, 1 space per residential unit on that. And then next we have, or lastly, this 711 Randolph Ave subdistrict. The purpose of the 711 Randolph Ave subdistrict is to provide opportunities for high-quality multifamily housing located on large parcels on Randolph Avenue. Here, the dimensional table, item 5, the lot size, there is not a minimum lot size. Height is 2.5 stories, maximum number of feet, 35. Minimum open space, 40% open space. Units per acre, 12 units per acre. Standard minimum frontage, 50 feet. Front yard setback, 30 feet. Side yard setback, a minimum of 15 feet. The rear yard setback, 30 feet. Maximum floor area ratio, 0.7. Maximum number of spaces, 1 space per residential dwelling unit, and minimum space, 1 space per bicycle, 1 space per residential unit. Okay, did you have a question on that?
I do. Well, I have a correction too. It's under 5, it says it's the dimensional standards are for the Elliott Street corridor, and it's under 711 Randolph Ave.
Yeah. Good catch on that.
And the minimum lot size is none, because it's the big building. And it's only 2.5 stories? It looks like it's already 2.5 stories, and it's gonna be 5 or something.
So this is what our
Am I asking that right?
Yeah.
Like, it seems like it's gonna be a lot taller than 2.5 stories.
I think this was, again, we were looking for keeping the numbers similar to what is being built, a little bit higher than what is currently being built. And so that, again, we backed into what that height would be. So we could increase.
The height is a plug in order to get to the number of units.
And so is the FAR, yeah.
And this site is wet also, so what they're actually using is a lot less, so they don't have to go higher. Because the purpose of this one was to take advantage of an existing 40B development that's already happening.
And that was a great idea.
So, yeah, that's where that number,
Okay.
from.
Sorry, I'm still not following. If it's a maximum of 2.5 stories, it says here, then how is something taller than that being built currently?
What's already being built is being built under a 40B comprehensive permit approval.
Okay, so this
So it's
doesn't.
not under
Okay,
this.
thank you.
Can you tell me how many units are going into that 40B?
92.
92? And those are, do they have allotted parking for all 92 units? Do you know? I know this is very
What was the question? Sorry.
They do
parking,
have, yeah, there's a,
How much parking is there?
I don't know exactly,
but it's 92 units
Yeah,
with some type of parking.
yeah. Probably a space and a half, based on what others.
Actually, I have it.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Cheryl, very much.
156 parking spaces and 90 units.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Do you know when that's going to be completed? I'm just not, this is not a question germane to this conversation, I was just wondering.
You know everything on your spreadsheet.
I don't have that on my spreadsheet.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I think it's 2 years.
Probably? Okay, thank you. It's kind of an aside.
From when
Jim,
it started.
Sean, I drove by it recently. They've got it framed, at least one of the buildings framed.
Yeah,
Another year?
I'd say they're somewhere between a year and 18 months, yeah, to completion. Yeah, they can move pretty fast, yeah.
Are there going to be 2 buildings?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No trees.
Yes, they're already gone.
Don't forget it didn't come before us.
Okay.
And there was an accident there the other day, and the police and fire couldn't get on site. They had to park on right up there.
Laurie, is the hard candy a shared bag?
That's
I'm Julia.
That's okay.
And yes, it is. Like, why's everyone looking at me? She's so right.
You shouldn't even give me the bag.
Not anymore.
Let them suffer with
What is it?
It's also not hard candy, I will warn you.
Oh, yeah, I have hard.
Soft.
There you go.
Thank you. This topic gets me all choked up.
So we can now go to the general development standards, design review, and site plan review. And so now you all are experts on site plan review, and you understand why we've been pushing, to really get the site plan review sort of tackled, because we knew we had all of this coming, so.
I have to go back again.
Yeah.
The Blue Hills Parkway corridor also says Elliott Street in the dimensional standards.
For proofreading?
Well,
Yes, thank you.
like to proofread.
Tell Mike businesses.
I will.
Okay, let's don't cast.
Stop the presses. We're going to stop the presses.
Wait, we have to make some changes.
Nope, that's good. Okay. We'll check all of these, so,
I do like to give them a hard time.
yeah. Okay.
Okay,
All right.
I'm up to
Yep.
speed here.
Okay, good. So next we were, J, General Development Standards, Design Review, and Site Plan Review. Applicability of General Development Standards, Design Review, and Site Plan Review. Projects proposed in accordance with the MCMOD shall be subject to Section 275-12.4 Site Plan Approval. The design guidelines, the Site Plan Review Authority may adopt or amend design guidelines. Such design guidelines must be objective and not subjective, and may only address the scale and proportions of the building, the location of the building and garage entrances, off-street parking, the protection of significant natural site features, the location of design of on-site open spaces, exterior signs, and buffering in relation to adjacent properties. Design guidelines may contain graphic illustrating a particular standard or definition in order to make such standard or definition clear or understandable. At this time, we don't have design guidelines yet for this, the way we've done for East Milton overlay, the other districts. That is something that we will be able to look at, but with our really good site plan review process, we're in good shape if these projects come before us.
And it's specifically calling out its simple majority vote? Is that because, is that
Zoning.
part of the 50% that Baker added in
Yep.
with the new law?
Well, the design
Oh,
guidelines,
design guideline, that's on our board.
On
That
our
would be our
board.
board.
Okay.
Yeah,
so it,
3 out of the 5 would have to be in
Okay.
favor of those. So it doesn't, that's just saying it doesn't have to come before town meeting, that
Okay.
that's something that the board can approve
Okay.
on those. Affordability, this is sort of where we were discussing earlier. The purpose for the affordability requirements to promote the public health, safety, and welfare by encouraging a diversity of housing opportunities for people of different income levels, to provide a full range of housing choices for households of all incomes, ages, and sizes. Number 3, increase the production of affordable housing units to meet existing and anticipated housing needs. And 4, work to overcome economic segregation, allowing Milton to continue to be a community of opportunity in which low and moderate income households have the opportunity to advance economically. So the affordability requirements, the subsidized housing inventory, all, you'll also hear that called SHI sometimes, so that's where that comes from. All units affordable to households earning 80% or less of AMI created in the MCMOD under this section must be eligible for listing on EOHLC's subsidized housing inventory. Provision for housing affordable housing in any development containing 8 or more units, not fewer than 15% of housing units constructed shall be affordable housing units. For purposes of calculating the number of units of affordable housing required within a development project, a fractional unit shall be rounded up and down to the whole next number, the next whole number. The affordable units shall be available to households earning income up to 80% of AMI, and if EOHLC determines in writing that the town has not shown the 15% requirement to be feasible, not fewer than 10% of the dwelling units in any development containing 10 or more units shall be affordable housing units available to households earning income up to 80% of the AMI. So this language was put in there because it is believed that we will meet, that we will qualify under doing an economic feasibility study, that a development is economically feasible with 15%. We still will have to do an economic feasibility study to verify that. The EOHLC requires that of us, but we have been told by our consultants that, and RKG and other consultants, that we're comparable to towns like Newton that have had the 15% approved. So, but we wanted to back up that we at least have 10% in our zoning language in the event that for some unforeseen reason we are not approved for 15%.
Jay, this was a question that you had in the email that you had sent to us.
Yeah.
So it's, as Meredith said, this has not been, we don't have a final answer on whether or not we can, but we hope to. And through the series of meetings that took place for a very long time on this topic, we have expressed an interest in having it as high as possible, reasoning that we need as many affordable units as possible. And UTIL had said, 15% is about as far as you should go. They didn't feel that we could achieve a higher percentage than that.
So we haven't done the study? How long does the study take? Just, can you let us know where that stands?
Well, I think the study is going to have to be on a per development basis. I don't know that it's possible to do a study.
Oh, I may have misunderstood.
Yeah.
I thought it was a study done for the whole town before we passed this.
I think it will, I think they'll give us an overall sense based on market values, property values in the community. And
HLC may very well require us to do the study, Jay, but the idea, and this came from Nick Milano, was to put it in advance of having the study to show the 15%, and if it requires the study, then we can secure it.
Okay, great. I didn't know we could do the study later.
Right now it's, yeah.
You know, one of the things I wanted to say about affordability is there's sort of the capital A affordability and the lowercase a affordability, the capital A being the subsidized housing inventory, but the lowercase a this hits a different kind of product. Milton mostly has single-family homes of 3 bedrooms or more. We only have 252 multifamily units that are not age restricted out of 9,844 units. So this, as we spoke about earlier, is going to be a smaller unit than a 3-bedroom house. Even a 3-bedroom house that would be 1,600 square feet, 1,400, some small ones. But most of them are 2,000 or more, right? And so I reached out to the assessor to see what the average, sale price of condos are that they're seeing, and he said $650,000 to $750,000. And we know the average sale price of a home now in Milton's close to, or just maybe Meredith probably knows, $1 million.
Yeah, and that assessed value is, I would say, is low for what things are selling for currently.
So $1 million for a single family. So you can see like the difference in the average, and those single families, some of them I'm sure are in good shape and some need some work. I'm sure it could be the same with the condos. Obviously, there could be far more detailed analysis done on that, but I think it doesn't take a study for us to understand that a 1 or 2 bedroom condo is going to sell for less than a 3 or 4 bedroom house on a larger parcel. The other thing I want to point out is if you think about a parcel that is currently zoned to allow 1 unit, the value of that land is for 1 unit. Now you allow 3 on the same parcel, so that presumably the value of that is spread out now. That land cost is spread out over the 3 units. I'd say because this is overlay and somebody could still buy a house to keep it as a single family, it's not a guarantee that the prices are all going to be jacked up such that everybody would be planning on doing a 3-family in the future. So your total cost, I think, for one of these units would be reflective of the fact that your land value on a per unit basis would be less. And there's been studies that look at that. And Tim Zawinski had provided us back in '23 some analysis on that.
Did he ever do like an analysis, and this is just enough, like looking out like 6 or 10 years, that if we ever overbuild, would our values be depressed at all? And I'm only asking that for some residents who've bought more recently, who have purchased at a higher amount, a higher dollar amount, and would they not get that return back?
It's hard to predict the future, and
Right.
the first house that my husband and I bought in Boston, prices dropped, and it took nearly 10 years for the price to get back to what we paid for it when we bought it. I don't think we've had a condition like that in a very long time. Meredith, you
And I
probably
would-
haven't seen a condition in Milton where prices are going down rather than up on a comparable piece of property, right?
Yeah, and I would say it's probably most connected to interest rates, that's when you're going to see the buying power and inventory increase.
It's just if you purchased with the assumption you are purchasing in a single-family neighborhood, and then all of a sudden it becomes a multifamily neighborhood. And the whole goal is, as everyone says, it's the more stock you have, the cheaper, the less expensive your units will become, the supply and demand. So I was just kind of wondering if Tim ever did that
I don't
kind
think
of
so.
study.
I don't think so.
So I'm not surrounded.
I think
by
on
this.
that topic, though, that, Cheryl's talking about, I think really this is, there's a different math equation if you are the owner and you decide to remain there as a resident on the property, and you decide to take a single-family home down and replace it with 2 units or 3 units. The reality of it is that once that zoning passes, the value of that property now has increased, and the developer seeking an opportunity will make an offer to a property owner, and the property owner is not going to sell it at a discount. They're not going to sell it, who is, right? I mean, for an awful lot of people, that is an asset that is so important to their lives, they're not going to sell it at a discount. So it is a math equation, and if a developer makes an offer to a homeowner, he's got to make it attractive enough for the homeowner to sell it. This homeowner knows that one can now be 2 or 3, and will want a return based on the value of the property. And then what happens? The developer needs to make a profit on it. So, I think every one of us can deduce what we think will happen, right? This is just my thought. You can all deduce what you think would happen, but I don't see, an opportunity here where all of a sudden we're going to have stock that's going to become, affordable or less costly. One thing will never change in Milton: we're 9 miles from the center of Boston. I've said this repeatedly in meetings. The driver of housing in Milton is proximity to the city, and it always will be. It's extremely convenient. So for the reason I said earlier in terms of the motivated developer is doing it for a profit, and once these properties can occupy more than one residential unit, if it has one on it, the value of those properties increase, and it'll be what the market forces.
I think it's all going, sorry, Sean. I think it's going to depend on the property, how large the property is, how large the existing house is on it. Again, the FARs in this 10% are not as gradated as they are in the 25%. It didn't make it into this. In the 25%, they're gradated at every, I think, 2,000 square feet, such that your maximum you're allowed to going to be able to build is about 3,000 square feet. And so that will set the value of, even though it's 3 units, the size of those units, 3,000 square feet is going to set the value if you're selling. Price is based on a square foot basis. If you're on a large, the way this gradation works in the 10%, you're allowed to build up to 6,000 square feet if you're getting close to a 15,000 square foot lot. Now you're starting to talk about something that's very attractive, probably at 3 units at 2,000 square foot each in terms of a dollar value. This gradation in this one should be matched with the 25% to keep that lower, so that we're not looking at that kind of a size in the Elliott Street corridor, in the Blue Hills Parkway corridor.
Julia?
Just a quick question on the wording here, where it says a fractional unit shall be rounded up and down to the next whole number. Tell me about that.
So depending on if it's .78, you would round up. If it's .23, you'd round down.
What if it's .5?
It always goes up, 0.5.
Yeah, that's how I was.
It's what?
If it's .5, typically it goes up.
Goes up? Okay, thanks.
My understanding. Good question.
Because earlier someone gave an example of like 18.2 and said, so that would be 19 units. So that's why I was confused, because it sounded to me like we would always, based on that, round up, but this says otherwise.
Yeah, that's what I had said, that if a developer builds 182 unit development, they'd be required 10% would round up to 19. They don't get the benefit That's just the way it's been with affordable housing. You know, you're forced to go up.
But isn't
this
this
is
saying
saying
the
it's
opposite?
Yeah.
But this is contradicting
It is.
that. So which is the truth?
Well, if this is the language that's submitted, it either gets revised or this is what it is, right?
So in the example you gave, it would be 18, not 19.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Unless, yeah, yeah. Yep, so then.
Meredith,
Yeah, sorry.
In the design guidelines, there's a reference to exterior signs. And how does that compare with you guys reviewing the exterior signs versus the sign review committee?
So we do weigh in on signage. We can do that. They still would have to go to the sign, they would still have to go through the sign review process. So we could make a recommendation. It could be overridden by the sign review committee, but typically they would accept if it was a recommendation by the planning board and they said this is what, we've discussed with the planning board, that they would accept it, but they would still, they're still the superseding authority.
That's some quick questions. You mentioned like condos possibly, like the cost of condos, but these could just be apartments, correct? So it doesn't have to be, so developer could own an apartment building. And affordability, is there an equation, it's like 80% of the value of the market rate? So if the market rate's $3,000 a month in Milton, it would be $2,400. Is that an actual, is the state determines the affordability?
Yeah.
Is that how it works? Is it 80% of the market value? Or you don't know?
80% of the area median income is what, there's different levels of median income that they will set, but this requirement is based on the 80%, and that changes. I'm not sure how frequently, but those rates are listed on HLC's website, I believe, and they have rental and for sale prices there.
Okay. And by having affordability on these, if we get 15%, that will mean these won't add to our 40B requirements, correct, I presume?
So the ones that go on the subsidized housing inventory, so the ones that trigger this affordability requirement at 15%, they're helping our total. But if we get more, to Sean's point earlier, if we get more that are under 8 units, then we'll be adding to our overall.
Is the net on this a negative? Or probably irrelevant, but.
Well, it's interesting, I was reading an article today that said that of the MBTA communities that have already passed their zoning, there are 4,000 units in the pipeline, and most of them are in projects that are higher than that 8-unit trigger. So I think it probably has a lot to do with the financing, the sort of market for development is for these, it makes more financial sense to do the larger ones. And, you're looking at individual homeowners deciding on these smaller ones. And there aren't too many towns that have districts that are in single and two-family areas. Somerville does have a 3-family kind of zoning, and they do have some projects permitted for 3. I think it's like 20-some projects in that category. But almost all the
Newton
others.
also, yeah. Newton.
Brooklyn, I think, as well.
Yeah, so that has a single-family zoning. But the ones that are in the pipeline now are these larger ones. So if you think about the zones here, the 40Bs already have 25% affordability. So the 711 Randolph Ave, which is one of these districts, will already have 25% of the 90 units as affordable. So that's,
Granite North will get built. Paper mill site's going to get built. Randolph, okay.
yeah, I mean, Granite Ave, I think it depends on the office market. I mean, that's an ongoing viable office building. So it depends whether the office market changes enough that the owner of that property decides it would be a better use to do housing there. I don't see that in the immediate horizon. So if you think about it, the paper mill's probably the one that has, in terms of the larger And that's not an easy project either. It has access challenges. To get to it, you go underneath the MBTA tracks, the commuter rail tracks. And so that's been a hurdle. And then they also have the brownfield to contend with. So these, and Unquity House has some room for expansion here, but not a huge amount. So, you're really looking at, I think, depending upon the Elliott Street corridor, the Blue Hills Parkway corridor, some of these smaller things happening, and the bigger ones are going to take time.
Okay, thank you.
It's quite possible that there'll be no affordable. Uncudy House being redeveloped, probably not a likelihood. Granite Ave, as Cheryl said, it has value as commercial property as it is. If it's not developed, and if the paper mill becomes too difficult to develop, there won't be developments that are 8 units or greater in any of the other areas. So there would be, at that point, if what I just said came to be, there'd be no affordable units built.
I get it. Yeah. Thank you.
Peter?
And Andrew.
I just want to thank you for an amazing amount of work, time and effort that you put into getting us to this point. When it first came up, the MBTA community.
Peter, we can use the mic.
I'm sorry. Give me this. Thanks. Then I can drop the mic afterwards. Just an amazing job to put all this together. You guys always impress me, and I'm not easily impressed. But I'm looking at this and thinking, okay, you've done it. You've got 10%. How in God's name do you get 25%? How does that work? Have you had any thoughts on that? I know there was it just seems crazy to me, and I know you're going to have to look at it obviously if the town says.
Well, I guess, I'll speak first. I'm sure all 5 of us would like to speak and say something, and we do have different opinions. And we had worked together to create a 25% plan. And I personally am not a supporter of the 25% plan, and probably as the Warrant Committee may know, I was one that voted to rescind our 25% plan. Since then, the residents have, and they have the right to do so, have created their own article. But I found the 25% plan to be, in my opinion, extremely, extremely detrimental to the future of Milton. Now, everybody has a different point of view on this, and we're all entitled to have different points of view. But I'm extremely concerned with the fiscal future of the town of Milton. And, in a few moments, I think Meredith is going to talk to us about RKG's cost analysis, which I really look forward to you folks taking a hard look at. But I see so much risk for the future of Milton if we implement the 25% plan, and we also are not able with a 25% plan to give consideration to the residents that have been pleading for relief in their neighborhoods. The Elliott Street corridor changes dramatically when you go from a 10% plan to a 25% plan. The numbers of units that we'll put on that side of Milton is overwhelming. And as was said recently, by someone who spoke at the recent forum where the Select Board and the Planning Board met, one speaker's point of view was we shifted an inordinate amount from one side of town to the other side of town by moving it off of Granite Ave and moving it over to Elliott Street. So I guess my point is it's impossible to satisfy the concerns of residents, all residents, with a 25% plan. I think we have a reasonable shot of doing it with a 10% plan. We have a pathway to a 10% plan. We have a resident who came forward and volunteered at no cost and wrote a brief to be submitted to the Supreme Court requesting declaratory judgment, and at no cost to the town of Milton. So, this person has volunteered his services, and I'm on record as supporting Milton's effort to try to secure adjudication of this issue of classification. And I think if we're all charged with looking out for the financial future of Milton, we should do that. We should do that. If we lose at that point, and we haven't spent any dollars, for this legal service that's been provided to us, if we lose, we lose. And then at that point, we have no choice. We have to live with the 25% plan, and we have to do the best we can for Milton. But if we can secure declaratory judgment that we are a commuter rail station community, I think it gives us the latitude as a town, all of us, the planning board, the warrant committee, the select board, to have a zoning plan for Milton that would address the concerns of the residents and probably be better positioned to manage the financial future of the town.
Thank you very much.
So I have a different perspective. With some of our votes have been 4-1, and I've been the one. I have been working on this as long as we've known about the MBTA communities, applying my skill sets, that I've developed over the years as an architect. And, if there was a time when we thought that we could have an opportunity for a reclassification as the regulations were being reformulated and the courts had issued their decision in January. But we've basically been told recently that HLC is not going to change our classification. So that a 10% hypothetical adjacent community doesn't meet the regulations as exist today. The regulations have Milton as a rapid transit community, which requires us to zone for 25% of our existing housing stock. So the only way to get something as a 10% is to go to court, is to spend more legal fees and to be continuing at a loss of grant funding. If this 10% plan passes and we're still found not compliant, developers can start applying for new development, and we will still be challenging this in court, and we will still be at a loss of grant funding, but yet we're getting new development without any of the benefit of being in compliance. So I think there's a great risk to that financially as well. We look at what's the difference between a 25% plan and a 10% plan. It has all to do with where the districts are. So the strategies that we said earlier about zoning where we already have multifamily and zoning where we have 40Bs applies to the 25% plan that we've been looking at. So it has additional districts. It has the East Milton Square 40B. It has both of the 40Bs on Randolph Ave. It adds some land area on Randolph Ave where what's called the horse farm. That property also has zoning in place that would allow a 100-unit assisted living facility there. So it's, again, zoning a vacant parcel where there's already zoning for something else. That's not going to remain a vacant parcel forever. It's an alternative to somebody who might want to buy that and do another 40B next to the 40Bs that are there. It allows a little bit more where we know there might be opportunity for new development. That's at Extra Space Storage, and that's at the what's called the Webb Mill Building, which is at the corner of Elliott and Adams, where we know the owner of that building wants to do a mixed-use building. It also takes credit for Milton Hill House, which has 2 multifamilies there. Takes credit for 36 Central, for 131 Elliott. And so it allows a little bit more in those areas, but it's taking credit for a lot of multifamily that we already have. I've done a comparable kind of net new analysis for the 25% that was rescinded. And it's about 1,500 units out of about 2,500 units of zone capacity. So we have about 1,000 existing units within those districts. It includes Granite Ave North at a higher density, and it includes the paper mill at a higher density than the 10%. It includes a new district that's within a half mile of the Fairmont commuter rail station. There's been a lot of talk about how Milton has access to the commuter rail within a half mile, but the only zoning district that we had was the Blue Hills Parkway. And so the 25% takes the same kind of parameters that are in the Elliott Street corridor and applies them to an area near the Fairmont station. And so that's how we go from 10% to 25%, is we have those areas that we're taking advantage quite a bit of the multifamily that's there, and we're adding a little bit that's comparable to Elliott Street at the Fairmont station. And the same thing applies in terms of if you look at how likely are these units going to be built, the same thing applies to what we were just talking about with the paper mill, with Granite Ave North, with the Webb Mill building and extra space storage. When you're looking at something like extra space storage, there's been a lot of developers who've been interested in partnering with that company that's based in the Midwest, and they're a very successful storage business. They don't have a lot of incentive to sell that property for someone who would do housing. And so if we're doing an assessment of where we might get some new, it's kind of a similar kind of assessment that we're talking about with the 10%. But it allows us to be compliant, and it allows us to be eligible for grants and save the money from lawsuits. So I think, I hope that when you hear from the citizens petition, you'll realize that what they took was a plan that the planning board had worked on for months with our consultant UTIL, had voted in favor of one abstention to submit, and then 5 days later rescinded. So that's the work. There's a lot of work that went into that, a lot of careful thought went into that. And it gives a choice for town meeting to be compliant or to pursue a path that keeps us out of compliance and sends us down a legal route.
I just want to say, Mr. Chair, I just have one thing I'd like to do. Tomorrow, I'm going to ask Nick Milano to gather the information and share it with the Select Board, the Planning Board, and the Warrant Committee of the funds that Milton has received from the funding mechanisms that we supposedly won't receive unless we're in compliance. This is a bit dated information. It'll go back to when Tim Cherwinski was here, which probably is a year and a half ago. At that time, we had received $1 million over 10 years. So that's an average of $100,000 a year. So when people talk about loss of funding, and I express my concern with financial, ramifications, that doesn't prompt me to say that I feel like the town should be in compliance. But let's ask Nick to provide the information to all of us so we all have the same information. Second, when Cheryl mentions legal cost to seek declaratory judgment, fortunately, Mr. Chair, you are an attorney, but the resident is Mr. Tom Doherty. I don't think he'll mind me saying his name. He's publicly come before the Select Board this past Tuesday. He has prepared, this is the brief, it's completed. He's completed it at zero cost. He will handle all of the attorney tasks involved in this case at zero cost. We have a filing fee, which you may know the filing fee, it might be $500 that we would have to pay, and we would need town council to review this. I consider those costs minute. So we really don't have legal costs to seek declaratory judgment if we're willing, as a town, to utilize Mr. Doherty's expertise. In my opinion, if we don't do that, we risk a town being divided forever, because the people that feel that we should be a 10% community are not going to be given an opportunity to have the judicial process determine that. HLC is not going to give Milton relief. There's nothing any of us can say or do that will prompt them to do that. They made their decision, we're a rapid transit community. There's nothing that will compel them to change it. The only thing that would compel them to change it is if through a court, they reviewed our case and found us to be not a rapid transit community. As if you listen to some of what's come out, the MBTA 50 years ago abandoned the idea of improving the trolley line to make it part of a rapid transit line. 50 years ago. That information's out there and it's available. My opinion is we should honor the concerns of the residents in town that feel that we're a 10% community and give them a shot at zero cost. Give them a shot. We're not spending money. And I will ask Nick to send that information so that we all have it. As I said, it was dated, but I don't think it's going to change a whole lot.
I talked to Nick today about that exact question and have the list, and including the cost of the special election, the special council, the time that town council has gone above and beyond their contracted work, and then the withdrawn awards or awards that will not be released unless we are compliant. We're currently at a running total of 1.169 million. So and this doesn't include any grants we haven't bothered going after because we know we're not eligible. So I would counter that, what you just said, with there's a very real cost, especially in a town that just had to pass a $9.5 million level service budget. I think we could have really used that 1.1 million and more that isn't quantified here.
This brief
But I mean, there's also major problems with working with, even if they're volunteer attorneys who are not contracted by the town to represent the town. I mean, and ones that donated significantly to some of your campaigns. I mean, that's a major conflict of interest that should be very concerning to members of this town.
Can I just,
There's not, those grants, though, it's not assured that we were going to get the money for
No,
those
it is.
grants. We would have gotten those grants because we had all those.
Some of them we were awarded and they were rescinded.
Some were, but not
Yep.
all of them.
And then
right?
some we applied and they deemed our applications ineligible because we're not compliant.
And those we weren't definitely going to get. We don't know that we would have gotten it.
Sure, yeah.
So.
And we don't know what we would have gotten for all the ones we won't apply for because we're ineligible.
can I just add, can I just add one thing? The law, the economic bill that was passed at the end of '24 added many grant programs to the list that we are ineligible for if you're not in compliance. And that total, when I calculated it back then, was $1 billion. And I know we're not eligible for every 1 billion, but it's 1 billion that we're eligible for zero for when we're out of compliance. And I will just remind us that as of July 14th, if we don't have zoning that we've passed, we will be out of compliance, and we can be subject to another lawsuit, an enforcement lawsuit by the Attorney General, which the Supreme Court has opined that she has the authority to enforce. And so even if there's some other legal aspect, the Attorney General can begin a lawsuit on July 15th or the 14th, whichever day is the day after the deadline for us to approve zoning.
So
And 10% would not meet that requirement.
And this is my last comment on this, I promise. I won't diminish $1 million or $1.5 million or whatever that value is, Julia. What I said earlier is what Tim had told us, which was his research on the 10 years prior. Okay, so it was $1 million over 10 years. I happen to be of the opinion that Milton is viewed by the state as an affluent community, and we won't be a community that will be a recipient of, significant grant money because we're a well-off community. And lastly, the concern that I have with the future cost of the town of Milton, and I'd like you to take a hard look at RKG's analysis. What you have tonight is it's not everything that you would like it to be. But, the driver of cost is if school-aged children that increase as a result of this zoning prompts us to build another school, the $1 million that you refer to, or whatever millions of dollars, will pale in comparison to our cost of services. RKG's, they had a previous analysis that derived that if we were to build out the 25%, we would create 275 more school-age children. What you have that I believe was sent over to you doesn't really help you, with deducing what they're saying with regard to school-age children. They'll show you a chart, which is a ratio of how many students could be potentially derived from a one-bedroom, two-bedroom, and so on and so forth. I have a huge concern with this, but you know far more about what it costs to educate a student in Milton. Their value is $9,753 per student, and they do not calculate any students that would be derived from, let's say, the Fahey family selling their four-bedroom house, moving into one of those nice small units, and the family that now takes over my household. They didn't have a model for calculating that, so they calculated 0. So I don't see that as a responsible calculation of what could potentially come from the zoning that we're now talking about. That's the real cost. It pales in comparison. The monies that we might lose will pale in comparison if 10 years from now or 15 years from now, some other group of people in Milton are facing building another school and going through what we're currently going through right now. This isn't going to matter to me. I'm 60 years old. I hope to be around for a little while, but this is the future of Milton I'm talking about. This isn't going to, it may not affect a lot of us here at the table, but, as I said the other night, back when decisions were made 30, 40, and 50 years ago about how Milton approached the 40B, we're paying the price now for decisions that were made by those leaders many, many years ago. Some group of leaders in this town will face the outcome of whatever decisions are made by the Planning Board, the Select Board, and the Warrant Committee right now.
Completely agree.
Mr. Chair,
So I could not agree more with what Sean just said, almost everything he just said, actually. And I'd just like to say that before the state forced this upon us, no one in Milton came to the planning board or stood up before town meeting and said, hey, you know what would be a great idea? Is if we increase our zoning capacity by 25% to try to create affordable housing, to try to get more people to ride the T. Nobody wants this. This has been forced on us, and it has split our town right down the middle. And I had always thought that there was a no side and a yes side, meaning the no side wants nothing and the yes side wants the 25%, and the middle ground is 10%. And I still feel that way. And to Sean's point, there's the Tom Doherty plan to fight it in court. There's the unfunded mandate, which is other towns are suing. That's actively, we're actually waiting for a judge's decision, I think June 8th or something. And then there's reclassification. So there's 3 different avenues that could be pursued that are almost being done for us. And if we can exhaust those, I think the town would come together around the 25%. I know I would if we legally were bound to it. But there's too many options right now where we can fight it and we can hopefully obtain 10%, which I think is the compromise. And that's where I stand. Unfortunately, I'm not a town meeting member. I cannot vote, but I can opine. So thank you.
yeah, I just wanted to provide the committee with a little more information. The planning department in the June 23 forum, June 15th, 2023 public forum, provided some information about school impacts. And I'll summarize some of what was said there. The bedroom count is one of the leading factors in whether a family can live in a housing unit. Families with children are what we're speaking about in terms of school impacts. 80% of Milton's single-family homes, which we all know most of Milton's homes are single-family, so 80% of those have 3 or more bedrooms, whereas 73% of Milton's multifamily units have 2 or less bedrooms. The market tends to produce smaller units, as we already spoke about, in terms of multifamily buildings. But he also, Tim Zawinski had said at the time that Milton has 252 non-age restricted multifamily units, with 27 Milton Public School students living at those multifamily addresses. And he gave some examples of 50 Elliott Street, which is the apartment building that's pretty much right on the sidewalk between Adams and Central, that yellow multifamily. It has 30 units, and 16 of those are 2 bedrooms. It had 2 Milton Public School students. He gave 88 Wharf as an example, which has 73 units, the majority of 3, there's a lot of 3 and 2-bedroom units there. They had 0 Milton Public School students. And by comparison, he gave Woodlot Drive, which is the single-family development that was built on the former town farm property. There's 23 single families there with 17 Milton Public School students. So we know that the single families are providing or generating a lot more students than the multifamily. And then there's a report, our area planning agency that Milton's a part of, the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, did a report in 2017, which they updated in February of 2024. And that report's called The Waning Influence of Housing Production on Public School Enrollment. And they found that there was no significant association between the change in housing unit development and the change in school enrollment at the district level between the years of 2010 and 2020. And they actually call out Milton, and they say that Milton is one in particular, had only a 1.5% increase in housing units, and yet it had a 13% increase in school enrollment. And one could say, why is that? Well, if we think about most of our housing is in single family, and we can also think about some of what happens naturally is the turnover in a single-family house. I think most of us who've lived in neighborhoods long enough for decades see that older folks move out and move somewhere else, whether it's in Milton or whether it's in Canton or whether it's in Florida, and a younger family moves in. And that's the natural cycle. And that won't change. That cycle won't change if we pass multifamily zoning or not. That's going to continue as we have our children age out and we get older, we will sell and a new family will move in. And so I don't think that that's a significant flaw in the RKG analysis.
I just want to say, we're here to talk about the 10% plan. We're not here to talk.
I'm just responding to some additional information that Sean provided, that they should also be able to look at these reports.
I just want to stay on the fact that we are here to talk about the 10% plan and advocating. And I appreciate those comments. But I think I do want to shift to what I think the Warrant Committee's responsible as the fiduciary body of that are looking at what the costs are. I can tell you, and RKG was the perfect example, and some of these districts have changed, but they clearly said, we cannot predict what these costs will be. They themselves said that, and we did not know this at the time, but RKG was hired as our consultant for our fiscal impact study. We did not know at the time that they actually were also working for the state, that they are the ones who developed the compliance model. So they said when they were running this, we recognize this is flawed, but we don't know how to fix this at this time. So this is the best we can do. That's what we were given when the last 25% plan came forth. They don't know, and they did not accommodate. And again, there will be turnover, but they did not accommodate. They gave 0 that any of these new homes, these homes that are sold and turn over, they didn't accommodate for 1 student. I understand that there are, and it's a fact that in some of the larger multifamily apartment complexes, you don't necessarily see as many children. But when the homes turn over, that is where you see the numbers. And right now, no one, I can tell you, no one from the citizens petition, no one from the Warrant Committee right now, and no one from the Planning Board has any idea what the impact will be long-term of a 25% plan fiscally on the town. And that, to me, was a risk I just wasn't willing to take at this point, to recommend something that we ultimately do not know the impact of. And the 10% plan, I think it's critical that we demonstrate to the state that we are not a town saying we're not going to not do anything, that we are working to, we've been saying we've been trying to work with the state, but we are willing to pass zoning, and a 10% number is what, given our vehicle for our mode of transportation right now, our known proximity to the commuter line, we know and we can be confident that a 10% plan is manageable by our town. And I don't know that we actually know. And I will say these other communities that, to Cheryl's point, are passing some of these larger projects. I'll just use the town of Lexington, for example. They told, the planning board in Lexington told their residents, this is going to take years. This will be long-term. We're not going to see overnight things happening and changing. Within 6 months, there were 1,200 units in the pipeline in Lexington. They quickly acquired, two large developers acquired additional land next to a church. There are 1,200 units in the pipeline. And the residents of Lexington said, wait, what happened? We thought this was going to be years. We thought this was going to be slow. And Lexington is one of the few towns like Milton that actually are at capacity with their schools. So they have a real issue. They had to go back and downzone. They had zoned their commercial downtown areas. They realized they've made a mistake. I don't want Milton, as the chair of the planning board, to ever look back and regret something that we've done. Jay sent some questions over. What is the responsibility of the planning board as far as the MBTA zoning process? It's no different than any other zoning process for the town. The planning board is the responsible elected body for studying, whether it's traffic, whether it's, whatever impacts and what benefits, the cost-benefit analysis to doing any development project. It is the planning board who hires the consultants, who does the study, who looks at the opportunities of what we're trying to create, the goals of Milton under the master plan, how we achieve affordability, how we achieve. We know Milton is going to change, but we want our development and our zoning to be smart and to do smart zoning and smart growth. We are carefully looking at everything we do. We have looked at the Milton Village, creating opportunities for more housing mixed with commercial to revitalize our neighborhood. You're also going to see in June, which you all have approved, the East Milton overlay zoning. These are things that are actively looking at making changes in the town, which will be sensible and logical and feasible for the town and have financial benefits. It'll have housing benefits, affordability benefits. But at this point in time, there are too many unknowns with a 25% plan. And I don't want Milton to be one that says, you know what, we've rushed into something, we've done something that we didn't realize how this would be an impact. And it could be whether it's the density in the Elliott Street corridor, which creates on very narrow streets, impacts that are unforeseen. And Julia is talking about all the on-street parking. There is a lot of these are older properties that are grandfathered, that were pre-existing before zoning existed, which are very large properties on small parcels in very dense neighborhoods. We've heard this whenever we looked at, the triplex area, all the different districts where we have looked to do this in a really smart way. Every time we've made an adjustment, the neighborhood has come out and said, you know what, we want the 25, those who want the 25, but just not in our neighborhood because it's really going to impact our neighborhood. So we have been making adjustments. We have been working. We took the triplex area off. We've made adjustments. We have heard, people who are for 25 aren't happy with this 25. It's really a game of, every time we try to move it to a different area. So we are the responsible body for putting the zoning together, hiring the consultants to write the zoning. And then it's up to the planning board to have a public hearing, which will be scheduled on January 12th. We actually will have June 12th. June 12th. And we will have to have the citizens article because it is the planning board who does hold the public hearings for any zoning, because it's a zoning article. Yeah, sorry.
So I'm not getting a solid sense that we have financials that are going to make sense for anybody at this point.
Correct.
How could the town vote on 10% or 25% without knowing what the impact to the town is going to be? Is that up to us?
I actually spent a chunk of the weekend going through the RKG report, and I did different scenarios, and I was kind of taken aback at the amount of money that it would actually cost us. I don't think, what you're saying is, I'm not even sure I'm right, because now I'm saying that so much money, we'd have to have another override at the same level, pretty close to the same level that we just had, if the numbers come in wacky. So I'm thinking like, have people, I don't know.
That's the financial impact of it. And then on the other side of that is, there's a lot of traffic in this town. I moved to Milton 40 years ago because it was a 30-minute ride to the airport from my house on the other side of town. That's an hour and a half right now, and on its way to 2 hours, depending on when you leave. And there's more traffic, and there's just more congestion, and it just, quality of life is an issue here. And 10% versus 25%. More people.
Balance.
Can be an issue.
And then what we don't have, you said in the process, what is the planning board not responsible for? In this process, the one thing, we make the recommendation, but it's what goes on to the warrant is determined by the select board. And then it's, obviously, the warrant committee is making their recommendations as well, so.
But all zoning has to be approved by town meeting, just to be clear.
Yes, obviously, that's the end result.
To clarify, Mr. Chair, as you may know, I don't like surprising our guests with questions, so I sent a few to Chair Hall. I just wanted to tell everybody what she's asking, which is I sent some questions. One of them was, what is the planning board's role in the MBTA Communities Act process, and what is not the planning board's role? So to people who are hearing her answer without hearing the question, that explains that.
Thank you, Jay. Yes, sure.
I just want to make a couple of points quickly. First, Lexington zoned for a lot more than they were required to. And so when they found that they were getting projects faster, they went back and amended, but they're still in compliance at what they amended to. So I just want to be clear about that. I heard neighbors a little differently. I didn't hear, we don't want in our neighborhood from people who were supporters. What I heard was we want an equitable distribution. So we want
The
things.
triplex area did not want it in their neighborhood.
Yeah, I heard they didn't want it.
I heard a lot of I don't want this in my neighborhood.
I did too. I have names, I remember.
I got 30 emails.
But, all right, so if I could finish, you said people who said they support it, okay, that they support it, and they said they don't want it all in their neighborhood, they want an equitable distribution. And I think that if you've taken anything away from since 2023 in the referendum, people didn't think it was a fair distribution in 2023. And a fair distribution was looking at putting a lot more into the Elliott Street corridor and the Blue Hills Parkway. People said, you're putting too much here, do some more distribution. Let's be realistic about what the comments were. And then the other thing I'd like to point out is, just like in Lexington, if we find that this zoning is having unintended consequences, we can amend the zoning. It's not cast in stone. And so we can come back just as they did in Lexington. So a lot of people I know have raised this issue in not necessarily in this meeting, but in other contexts, like zoning, can't be changed once it's passed. And I just want anybody who's watching to realize that, yes, it can be, and it is changed regularly. Okay, that's all.
Can you stay with that, though? Because I want to make sure we talk through this. Zoning only changes when town meeting accepts a zoning change.
Correct.
We also are talking about complying with something with the state that we are compelled to fulfill.
We have a lot of flexibility in how we fulfill the requirement, right? We know that there's different plans that can be done.
There's very little flexibility in this compliance model that we've worked so hard on together. There's no flexibility on it. We just got a little bit where they gave us some relief on Granite Ave and the paper mill. There's been no flexibility, Cheryl. You know, I want to make sure that we don't mislead people. This is something that we are compelled to do once the state accepts it. And if anything changes, there is a process that would ultimately have to be approved by town meeting, but it doesn't, town meeting is not going to be able to change a 25% plan to something less than a 25% plan. You can't.
Well, they could be out of compliance, but they could.
Well, again, let's not play games with this. You know, you're telling me we have to be in compliance, and now you're saying we can change the zoning, and I'm challenging one, and you're saying, well, we'll be out of compliance. Well, the fact of the matter is, we can't change the zoning. I don't want to tell people we can do something that we can't do.
We can change the zoning. Let's say we shifted, we added a parcel, we shifted its zone capacity, we shifted how many units could go in a spot. That's changing the zoning.
Cheryl, you're going to, so let's say, for example, that you try to do that. You're going to try to move it out of maybe, you're going to try to change a district. So there's less in a district and put it in some other district. So it's moving it around. You know, it's not like relieving us. It's just, it's adjusting it is what you're talking about. We're not going to get away from 25%. We're not going to get away from what we're complied to do for the state. I want to make sure that I'm really clear on this. We don't have the flexibility.
So I don't want to use all of your time to debate, but I will just point out one other distinction between 2023 and today, or the plan that the planning board arrived at 25%. There was a difference of 500 less net new units in the plan that the planning board developed at 25% level. And that was the choice of districts. And so they still were both compliant. So there is movement that can be made within the zoning by looking at the districts carefully and doing analysis. Yes, it still goes through the same process that all zoning changes do, but there is a possibility for change.
So paper compliance is basically what we're going for, right? That's what that sounds like.
So just also to be clear, all zoning changes done at town meeting have to get approved by the Attorney General. So what is the likelihood of the Attorney General approving a zoning change in the town of Milton? Probably not very likely. So that was one point. Number two, to the discussion point about passing an override recently and being fiscally responsible, the unfunded mandate has not been decided yet. And it was argued down in Plymouth Court on April 2nd. We are awaiting a determination to see if towns can be exempt from the zoning until the legislature funds the mandate. So my understanding, and again, I'm not a lawyer, my understanding is the judge is determining that, but then there's the second part of the determination is how much are those towns going to, is each town going to get? One line of thinking is, the towns are only going to get money for the consulting fees, which the state has already issued. But I don't think that's realistic. I think what will be determined is the costs of infrastructure, schools, public safety. And I think it's too premature to really pass any zoning, 10%, 15%, 5%, until we have that determination. The problem is our town meeting is set for June 16th. I've said at our meeting, I do think perhaps it should be pushed back until the court decides, because we could be leaving a lot of money on the table. And that is not fiscally responsible at all. I did put forth a 10% plan, because that's less harmful to the town. But I'm kind of, rethinking that as well, because I think to be fiscally responsible, we shouldn't really be passing any zoning. And the town should be putting off the town meeting. Also, we have requested in all these years, all the department heads to come to the planning board to give us their analysis and what they think would happen. How many department heads came? 0. None. So we don't have a clue as to what it's going to cost. We can all imagine how much it's going to cost, especially those of us who've been in town long-term. We've lived through overrides, we've lived through struggles, we've lived through school overcrowding. We know what's coming, and it's scary. And the traffic is unbearable. The quality of life issues is huge. It's huge, and nobody's talking about that. No one from the Traffic Commission has come with any solution. The only people who are coming to the solution, town of Milton, is Mass DOT to put a roundabout in at Chickatawbit, where 1,800 people of Milton signed a petition that they don't want it. But what's still coming is a roundabout. And it's not to help the people of Milton with their traffic problems, it's to help the people outside of Milton to get to Boston faster. So traffic is a huge quality of life issue that no one's discussed. And there's just so much uncertainty, and I think it's reckless, and this planning board has worked so hard, and I'm kind of tired of hearing people, oh, planning board, do your job. We're doing our job. Our job is to protect the health of the residents of the town, and that's what we're doing. Every single neighborhood we are protecting until we have the answers. We just don't have the answers. We are doing our job, and we are trying to help this town grow responsibly. So that's all I have to say.
Question?
Any other questions? Yes.
First, real quick, Brian, I would love to get my head together with you, because a year and a half ago, I looked at the RKG numbers also, and I had problems with them also, and I gave a presentation, so I'd love to trade notes with you. But my question to the planning board, and this is one that I sent you ahead of time, so you should be ready for it. Town meeting might pass both the 10% and the 25%, or we might, especially depending on what order they vote on them on, that'll be tricky. So my question is, if both 10 and 25% are passed, is that the same as passing 25%, or is that even more? Do you understand the question?
Article 5, and so Article 5 is a subset of what Article 6 would be, the 25%. So the districts that you will see within these, but the 25% expands in a much greater way. So they're not the same.
Sure.
So it's a very, very different. I would like to see at least the 10% passed, because I think it's really important that we show the state that we're working to do this. Mm-hmm. They've also said that they would review a 10% plan. They would measure it against what the state has, against the requirements. But the most senior person that we've spoken to said she was not sure what the state would do with a 10% plan, meaning would they then try to work with us? And I think we have no leverage. If we pass 25%, we have no leverage for trying to achieve something closer to a 10%. Is something that I think the planning board feels would be a much more appropriate scale, considering.
No, that wasn't really where I was going. I was going if town meeting, especially if, I don't know which one they'll vote on first. If they vote on 10 and then they vote on 25 and vote yes on both. I just want to make sure that wouldn't be a catastrophe, and that they're, but if 10% is a subset of 25%, that answers my question, so thank you.
Okay.
I had a question.
Oh, sure, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to go back to something, Cheryl, you had mentioned earlier, but I didn't, I think it might be important for our future discussions as a committee. You talked about the gradation in the 10% plan is much more attractive to developers than the one in the 25% plan. Can you talk about that in a little more detail?
If you, I'm speaking the Elliott Street corridor and the Blue Hills Parkway corridor, if you look at, if you have the zoning, let me get it up. You have a copy of Andy? Yeah, here we go. Thanks. All right, I took it down there. Sorry, the Elliott Street corridor is going to be the last page I get to.
It's the last page.
All right, so page 38 of the, not the warrant, but the article itself, where the maximum floor area ratios, there's 3 different versions. And you can see it goes from 7,000 to 10,000 basically, and then 10,000 to 15 and 15 and over. In the 25%, what happens is you have a lower minimum lot size, so you're starting in a little different place, but you have more FAR gradations. So you have at your baseline a 0.5, but then it drops at 8,000 square feet to 0.38, at 10,000 to 0.3, at 12,000 to 0.25, and at 14,000 to 0.21. And if you do some of the math on that, it keeps it at about 3,000 square feet size building, rather than when you have more lot size kind of covered, you can anticipate that a lot at the minimum, let's say at 6,000 at a 0.5, that's 3,000. But if you get a lot that's just under 10,000, you're going to have a lot more square footage that's allowed than you are at the 6,000. So you're getting a much larger building. So these FAR adjustments were something that we asked UTIL to do very late in the process, and they're not in the 10%. So does that explain, Julie?
I think so.
Julia?
So, thank you. So you're saying, so you'll get much larger buildings in which plan? The 10%?
Potentially in the 10% in the Elliott Street corridor. So for example, I was doing some math while we were talking earlier because I was thinking about this. If you have a parcel at the tier 2, which is allowed, so at 14,999 square foot parcel at 0.4, that allows a 6,000 square foot building. So now you're at a twice the size building than what you're talking about for the, at a 0.5 on a 6,000 square foot lot. Even a 0.5 on a 7,000 square feet, it's more than the 1,000. So that's 3,500. So, there's a greater range because you have a greater range in your 7,000 to 10, 10 to 15, 15, et cetera. Oh, does that help?
Yes.
Explain it? Okay.
Thank you.
So Cheryl, I know, sorry, I know FAR did come in late to the discussion, and we've had, other more recent correspondence with a resident who's really focused on FAR. So did you happen to take a look at his
I think his is,
recommendation?
I have to double check it, but I think it's pretty similar to what made it into the 25%.
And so if it is more attractive, perhaps it should be made into the 10% plan.
Yes, I would say we should adopt that, because that was what work that was done later.
Yeah.
And just have to confirm that it still hits the numbers that are in the 10% chart.
Logistical, oh, I'm sorry, someone else, I'm not aware.
You know, Ron, have you had your hand up for a long time?
Yes.
I have.
I'm sorry. Ron, I can't see that far. I'm really sorry. Ron, please.
No worries, we need a bigger TV screen. I have a comment and a question. My comment is, I think there's a lot of very strong opinions on these committees, on our boards, and also in the town, and I think it's great everyone's thinking about this. And so my comment is, I think we've all been on teams where there's a lot of strong voices and you're in a minority, and it's very difficult to maintain that position when you're outnumbered. So I just wanted to recognize Cheryl's work, because I feel like she's been taking a minority opinion, regardless of what the opinion is or whatnot, but I think it's very difficult to stand up for what you believe in when everyone else on the team feels another way, and I think that's great. I think it's, I applaud you for standing up for what you believe in. So that's my comment. My question is, it goes back to Chair Hall's comment about the 10% plan. And we're here to talk about the 10% plan first. If town meeting passes the 10% plan and not the 25% plan, and we go through the dispute, and say a year or 2 years from now, or however long from now, we're told that we are subject to the 25% requirement, do we lose credit for the 10% we add now? Because I'd be very concerned if we add 10%, and a year and a half from now, we need to add another 25%, as opposed to 15%.
No.
Does anyone have a position on that? And if that's not clear, I can try and explain it again.
It would just be a total of 25%. We would have to come back with a new, and everything would get tweaked, but it would have to be an entirely new plan, a 25% plan.
But it would only be incrementally 15% at that point, right?
Yes, it would be, exactly, yes. It would be an additional, because it would build on to what we currently had already passed at 10%.
But do we know that for certain?
One thing I would say is HLC would have
You
to.
don't have 35%.
Yeah, you wouldn't have 35%, but in a
No, but if the new baseline is including the 10% that we already did, and then we have to do 25% on top of that.
No, you wouldn't have to do 25%
We
on
would
top.
replace we would replace the 10% plan with the 25% plan.
But incorporating the 10% that we already had.
Right, I'm just trying to interpret Ron's question, which I think is a good one, which is if we were in litigation for 2 years and the 10%, people are building under the 10% plan that is considered non-compliant, and then the ruling does not come back in our favor, and it turns out, yes, we have to have a 25% compliant plan. Does it start over? Is that a new baseline?
It wouldn't start over, but the risk would be, what if HLC doesn't accept the new plan that incorporates the 10% from the old, if you've already got housing that's being built?
Right.
So the risk would be that you've got some housing already built that might not be part of your new scenario. Because while we think that this is 10 and 20, the 10 is not based on the compliance model. So when folks say it's compliant with something, an adjacent community, it's hypothetical. And UTIL has said that to us a number of times.
It's compliant
No,
with
it's
the
not.
statute.
It's compliant, well, it's compliant with the 10% model. Other towns that are satisfying 10% are,
I'm just saying what UTIL has said to us, and so, others may have a different opinion about whether it complies or not, but that's what UTIL has told us. So when we say then that you're going to take a 25% and incorporate the 10% into it because it's already been in place, it would, the state, HLC would have to agree that it is compliant based on the compliance model.
I know that at your joint meeting with the select board, I believe Richard Wells had also asked for a 15% plan, and you had indicated that you were going to provide that. Is that the case? No.
No, we didn't have time to do that. He thought that might be a good compromise, but we were out of, at that point, the warrant, we needed to get this
Yeah.
to you. So we
I
could not
figured,
start-
but I was surprised when
'Cause they
you
had
all
to-
indicated you would do it.
Yeah, because they had to
I don't
develop
think
it.
I indicated.
I don't think so either.
They did.
Can I just say, though, that at 1,500 net new, that's 15%. 1,500 net new units is 15% of 9,844.
Well, if you.
Because you already have some.
No, no.
Yeah.
Well, the 10%, you know, the 1,046, I don't know what the net new on that is, but the net new on that would also be incrementally less. You know, maybe that's 800.
Well, 500, I think
500.
roughly 500.
500.
So it's 1,000 units less than the 25% plan, because it's estimated that to be 1,500 net new for the 25. So you're looking at 1,000 units, roughly. It would be the difference between those two.
And the only study we have on that is yours, right? I mean, that's 100% your analysis, right?
It's titled Cheryl's Plan.
Yeah.
Well, no.
From you, it's Cheryl's Plan.
That's not done by UTIL. That's not done by UTIL. That's done by Cheryl.
No, and but I trust those, I mean, I do trust those numbers.
Yeah.
Credit for it.
I can tell you that the net new is derived from over a few years of analyzing things in Milton. I have all of the special permits for the multifamilies we have, and so the number of units come from those special permits. And then on the other districts where it's singles and twos, it's all parcel data. So we got that originally from UTIL, but MAPC has a tool, it's called their MBTA compliance tool, and it's a very interesting tool. You can go in and kind of make a district, and once you make that district, you can export an Excel file that gives you all the parcel data. And so I did that on the Fairmount district to start with, and then I compared it, now this is nerdy, I compared it to the GIS data that we have on our town's website, so you can get from there, whether it's twos and singles and sizes. So I went back and forth to compare, so I have two sources for those, and so I've got the spreadsheets for spreadsheet geeks like Jay, if anyone wants to see it. But it's not to say that there's not some mistake in there somewhere, but in order of magnitude, you know, it's the order of magnitude.
Julie, just one thing, because we talked about the 10% plan and HLC. We submitted our 10% plan to HLC about 3 weeks ago. So they've had it for, I think it's at least 3 weeks.
Or longer, I
4
think,
weeks,
yeah.
So they've had it. Why haven't they responded? Probably because they feel like they have a position of leverage, like we said earlier, they're not going to. So they probably could have responded to it by now. They've been looking at Milton for a long time. It's, you know, it's not too complicated, but they do have it. So this isn't a matter of whether we've submitted it or not.
So the other thing that we haven't really talked about, but I've been thinking about is the RKG analysis, I don't think included all the subdivisions that can happen as of right in our town. So part of the job of the planning board is to approve subdivisions of properties that as long as they meet the setback requirements, then you can subdivide as of right, no permits. So, you know, like at our next meeting, full disclosure, my family has an A&R in front of the planning board. So none of RKG's analysis takes into consideration the future growth that can happen naturally. And if I recall, Tim said at one of our meetings that the population of Milton could naturally go up to 60,000 people, residents, with just if every
Under the current
parcel,
zoning.
under our current zoning. So this 25% is, you know, could be a disaster. The other thing that Cheryl mentioned about the 2023 plan was, I think, one of the reasons why a lot of people were outraged by that, because it actually didn't make good planning sense. The statute is all about transit-oriented development. It's all about being a half a mile from transit. East Milton Square is not half a mile from transit. And some districts in the citizens petition is nowhere near half mile to commuter rail or trolley. So from a planning perspective, the citizens petition, a lot of their districts just, it doesn't make sense. And so if we're forced to do a 25% plan, then it should be with planning principles in mind, and it should be with the transit-oriented development in mind to get people into cars, out of cars and onto public transportation. So that is closer to the trolley line and the commuter rail. And then finally, I'd like to thank Ron for recognizing Cheryl for standing up for her voice, and I think this current planning board have always recognized Cheryl's contributions to the planning board. I think, I've said it at least privately to her, that we're lucky that she's on the board, and she provides a lot of knowledge, and the town is lucky to have her, and just because we disagree, it doesn't mean that we're disrespectful. And so I recognize her voice, just like I would hope that the residents recognize and advocate for all residents who stand up for what they believe in is right, no matter what position it is.
Brian?
Yeah, I do think it's, make a point. It's worthwhile that we try to get the costs of both plans, because it's going to come up anyways, the 10 and 25%. And I did spend a lot of time digging into IKG and a lot of questions about their thing, and I think there's probably a range. I think it is a guess. What you said is true. I think there's assumptions you got to make, but people should know what the value of that is, because no matter what happens, I think there's going to have to be another override, is my suspicion. And if there's a significant increase in school children, there's going to have to be a build-out somewhere.
When you look at
And we should know what that is before people vote on it.
Sure. When you look at their analysis, they create what they call variable cost, right? You probably saw that in their analysis.
I saw it. I have it.
That's really for the Warrant Committee to see if you agree or don't agree with it. I don't spend enough time analyzing the budgets of each department in town, but I think it's the police department, for example, that they took the total police budget and they said 50% of it is variable. I don't have a lot of confidence in what they came up with. That's just me. Now, I'm responsible for a P&L. I run a commercial construction company, so I spend a lot of time looking at financial analysis, and I don't feel good about that. There's layers of information that maybe RKG has, but it just doesn't feel right. And what really concerned me, as I said earlier, the variable cost that they talk about is zero school cost, zero education.
No building on it,
No
right.
No capital cost at all.
Yeah, right.
No capital costs. And what are we talking about, a $200 million school?
Right.
I find that just fiscally, reckless, to not consider that.
They didn't put in the study how they got that number.
Correct.
And they just put it out there like it was a number. And I just took that number. What I did was I added the percentage increase for the last 3 years, because it was from 2022, actually. And now it would be 12,000, but the actual cost per student is like 18,000.
I know. Well, they show
So,
a 42.
19 now.
They show a $42 million school budget in that analysis, the one that you're referring to, 42 million, because you're right, it was 22, and they only identify local cost for educating a student, which they say is $9,700. So, and there's a lot of math there that I don't agree with, and it's problematic for me because. It was said in a select board meeting recently that the property tax, revenue stream will offset, the town services cost. I don't believe that at all. Now, property tax can offset all town services if you raise it enough, right? But we have limits on how much we can raise it, and if we can't raise it, we need an override. So you could see overrides for many, many years if the services cost is as I think it could become.
I didn't see in any of the reports a final roll-up on all the
There isn't
numbers
one.
added together. Yeah, which kind of shocked me. I didn't
sorry,
see
you
that
didn't see
that it covered it. There was like $1 million difference, a final roll-up. on all the
okay.
numbers, which surprised me. And I saw there was like $1 million of property tax increases that we get. But that's, you're gonna lose it because you're gonna be tearing down buildings and putting up houses and putting up apartment buildings. And it wasn't that much, because even at their level right now, the lowest level that it would be, 265 students, is like additional like 3.3 million increase just on variable costs, just for that in itself. So that doesn't even cover the property, never mind police, fire, everything else. That's the lowest level. I'd go through it if you wanted to.
There's 2 RKG documents. The previous one might be valuable for the Warrant Committee because there is information in that that didn't get carried forth into this most recent document here.
There's one in November, there's one in December.
Do you have both? Okay.
I have both.
Okay, great.
I didn't see it.
And I'm not sure which one I sent out, I think.
The most recent.
And they did a
Most
public
recent,
hearing.
yeah.
I have that
Yeah.
too.
Does anyone have any additional questions specific to anything that's been mentioned here? Jay?
Yeah, I guess none of us can predict the future, but I'm trying to see what the planning board views as if town meeting passes the 10% and does not pass the 25%, what happens next? Now, I think we heard from Mr. Fahey that he believes that HLC will not approve that. I don't know if that's what most people in the planning board thinks, but what will happen next? We pass the 10%, we don't pass the 25%, and then what?
So HLC said that they don't know what, they're not sure what would be determined, that they would measure the 10% against what was actually asked. But there was not a clear answer on what the state would do at that point. That is more of a reason to try to get clarification from the court. And if anyone watching this tonight can see how many different opinions there are about this, and respectfully, and I hear both sides, is getting a decision from the court would give possible extension for time.
I think you're getting ahead of me.
You're asking what would happen?
Yeah, what clarification from the, that's what I'm asking. We passed 10%, what clarification from what court in what way?
So it would be filed with Superior Court, a declaratory judgment, which is an independent, it would be an opportunity to provide a case for the 10% in front of the court. The court would then ultimately, either the Superior Court may make a decision, or it could be moved up to the SJC, back up to the SJC, which is very potential, at which time the town could request from HLC an extension of the deadline from being non-compliant from HLC. If that is not allowed, then we could actually ask the court for an extension of time to perform. So ultimately, we would have to perform on whichever determination was made. If it was determined that we were to win, and a 10%, a judge said, we find you to be an adjacent community, the 10% plan, the state would have to accept that. And then if we did not, if we lost and we did have to do a 25% plan, we would have to, as a town, as a planning board member, I would absolutely not try to fight that. That it would be coming back to town meeting. We would have to go through the town meeting process and have a 25% plan prepared.
So what you're describing requires the select board to take action, correct?
It would be through the select board, absolutely, to take action. To what Julia's was mentioning as far as Mr. Doherty, he's been involved with the town for years in helping with cases. The Airplane Advisory Committee, there was a lawsuit that he was incredibly instrumental before
Wasn't he a member of that committee?
And it was before, yes. And so he's been working with the select board and with many of the select board members for years on advocating for different issues before the town, long before any of us were on the planning board. He has constitutional knowledge as a litigator and in front of the SJC. So highly experienced. This isn't just a random attorney. This is somebody who has extensive on a national and international.
That may be true, but it doesn't mean he has been retained by the town to.
Absolutely not. No. Yeah, no. That this is a select board's decision on whether what that relationship, how that would work with with our town council. I know our town council is reviewing it right now. That seems to be the most cost-effective way to do this. The select board could determine that we would use a different council and not use that. But I think to have closure for our town needs closure on this. We all want to be done with this. I know the select board, everybody, the Warrant Committee, everybody wants to move forward with the business of the town and other things that we can be working together on. But this, until this is determined, I think the only way, because HLC is dug in, is through a court determination. And there are other towns that are in lawsuits. We're not the only one. There's 30 towns that are currently not in compliance. Milton was the first, so we were sort of highlighted, but there are many others, and the unfunded mandate it has been found to be an unfunded mandate. So I would love to hear, the select board has discussed it, but I don't know if the Warrant Committee has had an opportunity to look into this. Towns like Weston most recently have filed for the unfunded mandate. It's a real, the courts are determining this. I would hope that we would have an answer by the courts before our town meeting, because I think that would be helpful information for, as town meeting goes forward to vote, but yeah.
I've been trying to follow your meetings. I haven't followed all of them, but this proposal to go to the courts and get a declaration, I'm probably using the wrong word.
Yep. Declaratory judgment.
Seems like a new plan. I hadn't heard of that till like last week. Is that a new plan? And I guess if we can go to the courts and just ask them to declare us 10%, why didn't we do it in the last year and a half?
So there was an opportunity, and actually it was Mr. Doherty who had made a recommendation to the select board that they do just that, because he in his mind, if we as a town did not do that, we would be exactly back to where we were in 2023, which is exactly what we did. He said that he warned, because really when you file a declaratory judgment, it's likely going to be a stay that you would not be sued. It was likely that the state would not have sued us if we were in court trying to have this decided. But we can't look back. We are where we are. It's, we had the referendum. We're back now to exactly where we were in 2023. So the difference now is this is actually the reason why this has just now come about, following, hearing the determination of the lawsuit on where the regulation stood, where the statute stood. But we only a few weeks ago received the final regulations. So those regulations, now that they are finalized, we actually have a better case for going to a court and having a determination, because now we know the regulations are finalized. And so so we can base our argument statutorily on what is in what the statute says, but also what the regulations say. So because now we have those finalized, and that's only been within the last few weeks. So that's why he's now bringing it up. This is now the appropriate time. And we unfortunately have a close window before town meeting, but it's certainly, time is of the essence, But if we get this filed sooner than later, it could give us all the closure that we're looking for.
Thank you.
I just want to say, just two things on that. Seeking, again, I shouldn't be saying this because we have an experienced attorney at the table, but seeking a decision on declaratory judgment is a reasonably fast process. It doesn't take a long period of time to do that. It's not like a lawsuit. It is a process that is before the court, and it's pretty quick. So it's not a long period of time that it would take, Jay, for that to play out. And I'm sure the chair could talk a little bit when you're in your own committee meetings about that in his experience. And lastly, on Mr. Doherty, he has been utilized as a resource by the town of Milton for a long time and by prior select boards. So he's, I understand what you had said earlier, Julia, but he has been utilized by the town as a resource, trusted by the town as a resource, and the town has actually benefited, from what Mr. Doherty's experience has been, on cases, legal issues that we've had before. So he didn't just arrive on scene, and his I guess acclaim as an attorney is pretty significant. There is case law that is in place based on cases that Tom has won in front of the SJC. So he's established.
And just as follow-up, the town always, traditionally and currently, relies on assistance from town residents. So it's not uncommon to have town residents step up and assist the town where they need it, and it could be from legal, or it could be from landscaping all their green corners and their town halls. So this town relies on the generosity of its residents, and we shouldn't really be looking a gift horse in the mouth. And the planning board is responsible for all the zoning. As Jay had asked, what are our responsibilities? We are responsible for the zoning. And I have found it quite troublesome the past couple years that our decisions have not been respected, and that we have not been supported by other town boards. We have spent so much time all these years doing what we think is in the best interest of the town. And I've said it before, my kids are 22 and 24, and they probably know more about MBTA zoning than 90% of the adults who live in this town. And I do find it disappointing when the process can get hijacked. So I do hope that we are supported this time around.
One thing that just
Cheryl's been waiting to talk for a while.
I apologize, Cheryl.
I'd like to just bring this back to a zoning article that's before town meeting, an article that won't bring us into compliance. We've heard that from HLC, that 10% won't meet the requirements of the regulations. Whether there's some other legal action will be decided elsewhere. But I also want to bring it back to the need. Why did the state pass this? Why has the state been working on laws related to housing? And why are they asking towns to do this? They've tried the carrot approach. They have 40R and 40S districts that other towns have adopted, where encouraging towns to zone for multifamily. Milton hasn't done that. We've had the 40B regs on the books since the 1960s, and Milton has not taken seriously its obligation to meet the 10% affordability requirement, and we're only getting those of late through the 40Bs in a process which leaves us less control in housing that's being developed on parcels that we may not choose for multifamily housing if we had a choice. And so as we think about our role in the providing for housing for not just Boston area or Massachusetts or the state or rather the country or even the world. There's housing challenges all across the world, and housing affordability is a challenge for our economic viability. You speak about your children. How about our children who where will they be able to afford to live? And can we reasonably accommodate more housing in our town? What percentages are part of a compliance model? Because towns like ours haven't taken the initiative to really study where we can accommodate more housing. And so let's bring it back to the need. Let's bring it back to how reasonable, over what reasonable period of time do we think that we can add housing units that will help meet younger population needs, help population that doesn't fit the definition of a nuclear family, 2 parents with 2 or 3 kids. What about the people who want to downsize, be near their grandkids, or move into town to be near their grandkids and not need a large single-family house that would be more suitable for a family? So I would bring it back to, is this a good plan at 10% if it wasn't an MBTA community zoning? And I would say no. I would say we would plan differently to add 10% housing to our community, and we would look at ways to do it that weren't tied to a compliance model. Is it giving us a compliance plan? No, it's not either. So, we really, if we want to add housing that is not tied to a requirement from the state, then we should start that process with a different set of parameters. And so I would say to you, which of these, why, what would you say in your recommendation as to why to adopt this to town meeting?
Can I ask a quick question? I'm sorry.
And Macy has her hand up. I did see that, sorry.
Sean, you'd like to?
Just 2 things. My first is, before I leave here, or we leave here, and we don't get around to this, I wanted to thank the Warrant Committee for the opportunity to talk about this. We've spent 3 hours with you, more than 3 hours, and that's 3 hours more than we've spent with the Select Board. And, it's amazing to me that the Select Board hasn't asked us to do the same thing, yet they're the ones charged with the executive decision authority of the town. I am deeply concerned that the Select Board doesn't know the zoning. I think you guys probably know it really at a better level than the Select Board. But I guess the fact of the matter is we have not had a working session with the Select Board to have this kind of a conversation, and I think that's a bit unfortunate. Second, I, like Cheryl, have adult children. I have 4 adult children, and I love my kids immensely. But I'm not going to make a zoning decision based on how much I love my kids and how badly I'd love them to live in Milton. If they're going to live in Milton, they're going to earn their way in, just like I did. So I am a proponent of zoning to build more housing. I'm 100% in support of 10%. I have publicly said I think we should do more than 10%. I just think 25% is overwhelming Milton and detrimental to the future of Milton. So I don't want my point of view to be recognized as somebody who's opposed to this. I'm not at all opposed to it. I agree with Cheryl. I think if we could do something without having the compliance model, we could easily come up with 10%, 12%, 13%, maybe 15%, and I'd be 100% in support of it if it was a good plan for Milton. But I love my kids immensely, but I'm not going to support zoning just so my kids can live in Milton if I don't think it's good zoning for Milton. And I promise I won't say any more tonight.
In this order, Ron, Macy, Brian. Ron?
Oh, sorry, I didn't have my hand up.
Okay,
Thank
Macy.
you.
Hi, thank you, Tom. I just want to quickly thank the planning board for spending so much time with us this evening to go over what I consider to be a very complicated and a complicated plan that reflects the hard work of the planning board. My question is the litigation aspect of this plan. I understand that it is now pending in Plymouth Superior Court on a declaratory judgment action, and the last court date was April 2nd. My first question is, when is the next court date? And two, if declaratory action is entered in favor of the 25%, does the planning board or the town plan to exhaust its appellate rights by seeking further appellate review to the SJC? And how long is that going to take? I mean, my experience is, the court system is very congested right now, both civil and criminal sessions. And this could potentially go on to the end of this year. So that is one of the concerns I have, is the ongoing litigation, the cost, and our money as a resident of Milton. And is there really going to be an end to this?
So I think the pending litigation is actually for the unfunded mandate at this time. So we have not filed anything as a town. It would be a select board's decision to do that. My understanding is a declaratory judgment can be decided pretty quickly. But if it's, again, I'm not a lawyer, so I would maybe defer to the chair of the Warrant Committee to talk more about the process if it was moved up to the SJC. But I think that we would have a stay until it was resolved and we had resolution. And I'm not sure exactly, I don't think we'd be looking at years if, that's what it would be handled more quickly than that. But I'm just not exactly sure that timeline, so.
Okay. I
sorry,
know the SJC, their session ends
and cost.
in May.
Sorry.
So if it would go to their fall session, but if there's already cases probably pending on their docket. So it could go past, into 2026 if it does reach the SJC.
So that's the question. So when we were speaking of Mr. Doherty, that's what Mr. Doherty has offered his services pro bono. So there would be no legal, he would just need town council to file and accompany in court, but all litigation and the brief would be filed, his time would be pro bono.
Excellent. Thank you, Meredith.
Thank you.
Can I just, sorry, a little late to the game. First off, Milton is not the only town who has not met the 40B requirement. So on the state's website, it's a list of all 350 towns. And I cannot recall off the top of my head the percentage, but it's a very small percentage of towns who have actually met the requirement.
22%.
Oh, 22%.
I just added it.
So we should refrain from kind of portraying Milton as an outlier and not meeting our obligations, because there are many other towns who aren't. And also, the other question I have is, if we are in a true housing crisis, how come only 177 towns of the 350 towns, including Boston, are not part of the solution? So I would expect if the state really wanted to help solve the problem, they would include Boston in the solution as well as the other towns.
New Marlboro, I understand, is really a growing town and could use more.
Inside joke.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Warrant Committee joke.
It's late at night.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Jay. That was good.
I like, you guys, it's great that you're all passionate about this. It's good, I respect that. RKG, if I want to talk to them and ask them, I have a million questions, because I didn't buy all their numbers, but can I call them? Can I talk to them? Is there somebody I can email? Do you have an?
I would send everything through Cheyenne Fraser, who's our assistant town planner, and she can forward those and to RKG as follow-up too.
Okay, I'm going to
Their
send
most
them
recent plan.
an email
Yeah.
tomorrow morning.
Yep, that would be great.
So who's paying for RKG?
With the planning
board
department.
Comes
it
out of
was-
your planning budget?
Yes, it was out of the planning budget.
So is this going to cost you guys like another 5 or 10,000 when Brian gets done with his list.
5 or 10,000, get off cheap.
It'd probably save us money.
I tried asking questions a year and a half ago, and Tim shut me down. He was like, no, random residents cannot ask questions to RKG.
Correct. So
Brian's
that was
not a man.
through, that's why everything,
Like me.
everything can be directed through Cheyenne, and Cheyenne can then, yeah.
Meredith, probably questions should be directed to you, and then you can ask
You can
Cheyenne to
CC,
follow.
yeah, you can CC both of us.
I have some of the backups, Brian. That might answer some of your
All
questions.
right, thanks. Maybe I'll copy you, but, no, I do. I mean, affordable housing is a major problem in the state. And also, traffic is a big problem in the state, too. So I know it's hard to figure out the right balance. But I have a question. I know your opinion on this, but Cheryl, do you agree with the state that we should be at 25% versus 10?
I don't love the compliance model. I don't love the way the use of rapid transit, tying it to the trolley, is really just a way to get at its own capacity. I would like to have a little different way of getting at its own capacity, but that's not afforded to us. We've submitted comment letters. We've submitted detailed comment letters on the draft emergency regs that were out. We outlined things that we thought we would like to see done differently. The issue is 133 communities, I think it is, have already passed zoning, and there's 30 who are at interim compliance because their deadline is not until the end of the year. There's only 4 who are not in either of those 2 categories. And my understanding from HLC is, since so many have already passed their zoning, they are not really in a position to go back and make special exceptions. Their decisions were made that were applied to more than one community.
But only 12 are at 25. Those are all, most of those are at 10, and some of them are at 15. But there's only 12 that are at 25 out of the 177, and Milton's one of them.
Right, so.
That's what I think is probably the biggest issue.
Understood. So the one way to look at it is, a lot of towns, they said they got paper compliance, right, before. And so that's not something that HLC has denied. And that's where, if we look at how many of these districts that we can do where we already have multifamily, let's say, for example, 131 Elliott or 88 Wharf, they're fairly new condominium developments where in order to do any change, you would need every condominium owner to buy into it. And yet we've put zone capacity on those that are higher than what the existing unit count is. Is that likely to be something in anybody's near future where those would get redeveloped at some higher number when it's not a high enough number to tear it down? So it's a paper compliance way also. So when I only gave a few examples, but if you look across all of these, you could find it very similar. And if you speak to the development community and you ask them, how likely is this as a redevelopment site, that we're able to choose 2 Granite Avenue or the paper mill site as sites and still become compliant, it's like, that's why I say 25% isn't as difficult as it seems, because we are able to use sites where we already have housing or that are very difficult development sites. And so we're really looking at a smaller number. And that's the way I've viewed this, is that the way the regs are set up is that it accounts for something like that. And so I do think we do have a transit asset. We do have an ability to add infill. And if we do some measured infill, and we're able to take advantage of paper compliance on all these other larger sites, I truly don't think that it's going to be the burden that others do. That's my opinion.
But explain how we've exhausted all of those resources. We've looked at all those large sites, and we're at our max, right? I mean, we still have a 5-acre minimum, right? We've wrapped 711 Randolph Ave into it. We've captured 2 Granite Ave, and we got relief over there to do it. We captured the paper mill site, but we have nothing else of those types of properties that you say we can incorporate.
Well, we have.
In the 25% plan that we worked on, we captured that, and then we ran out of it. And every time we tested with Util, could we could we incorporate something else? We were unable to.
Well, we had
The
differences.
ice house, no, we couldn't get the ice house into it, right?
Well, we
East
looked at
Milton, we
the
got
Brush
East-
Hill Road.
We got East Milton
May I
in,
answer?
right? I'm sorry, yes, go ahead, I'm sorry. But I just
We
want to
looked-
make sure that Brian hears that we have exhausted that.
I can't answer.
Go ahead, but
But you guys, but you did agree, you started off by saying you don't agree with the state that we should be at 25. You did start off saying that.
What I said was, I didn't like the compliance model.
Yeah.
I actually don't like what the law says, 15 units an acre average. I don't like 15 units an acre. If you said, Milton, add 1,000 units, find a way to achieve 1,000 new units, right? Instead of a compliance model that says something based on your percentage, and it doesn't really matter what the number of new units is. It would be something that you could do and you could look at, and like you wouldn't have to worry about, is it 5 acre minimum? Or is it a half a mile from the transit? You know, is it something that makes it a good place to do a new development? Or do you see it as something that is going to change in time? And so you can plan for that change. Like, you know, Milton has a lot of what was built here was pre-adoption of zoning. So you couldn't build a lot of the neighborhoods that Milton cherishes today under our current zoning. But it also has, it overlaid single family across everything, pretty much, except for some small business districts. So what it means is we have things that you wouldn't realize are zoned a single family, like the, you know, where the Heart Dental is in East Milton Square. There's a commercial, it's an office building right where you're coming off the highway there on Adams Street. You imagine that's zoned for single family? It's because it was overlaid over something that had been commercial. And so there are properties like that, other places that are, one's a construction company, it's on 3 acres on Blue Hill Ave, for example. There are properties where, you know, if there were they're used as a business now that are pre-existing non-conforming. So what happens if those businesses go out of business? It reverts to that underlying zoning of single family. So we've set ourselves up not to be able to take advantage of where we might see some potential in the future and where if we did this in a way where we could plan it rather than having the regs determine it, then we could plan for those sites. So it's not an easy thing because truly we're mostly built out, right? But that doesn't mean things won't change. Like the 40Bs that are being proposed, you know, most of them, except East Milton, were places where single-family homes were. And so, I mean, that I'm most concerned that we come in with a mandate and that somebody else imposes the zoning on us with less control and less consideration and thought that's put into all the sub-districts. I've been concerned about a special master, if this goes back to court again, and it's somebody else is determining the zoning for us. So if there weren't compliance and there weren't an effort made, I think that's what Milton's looking at, because we just haven't shown a good faith effort that we will zone for as of right multifamily over time.
So I listened recently to the Duxbury Selectmen's meeting, and they had their town council speak. And they raised a concern about the special master coming in, and their town council said that they do not think that would ever happen, that there's not a precedent for that happening. So she advised them that should not play, you know, a big role in their thinking. Not to say that they shouldn't do their part. We all, you know, from the beginning said there's a statute, we need to do something. So I think we all are in agreement. All of us think that something should be done. It's just trying to figure out what it is.
And they're fighting, so Duxbury, I have numbers here, they're fighting, sorry to interrupt, but they're fighting 10%, and they're like less populated than we are. Like they're like, you know, they have like less people per acre than significantly.
Less housing units.
Than us.
Yeah.
And they're fighting 10%. Mm-hmm. That's what, and we're at 25, you know, so that's what kind of confuses me.
And the person I was just going to say who spoke up at a select board meeting who's leading the charge for the citizens petition said, somebody came up to her who lives in Needham and said, what's wrong with Milton? Why can't they perform? Well, Needham is only required to do 10%, and you can get on the commuter line and be in Boston in 20 minutes. So I don't think that person had any understanding of Milton and what 25% versus the 10% that Needham has, and that you can just get on one train and go directly into Boston and have a smooth, wonderful ride on a commuter line. So
We can't get across town in Milton in 20 minutes.
yeah. So that is, I think a clear, but I think a lot of other communities have woken up to what's happening. A lot of the adjacent communities are asking for extensions from the state. The small town adjacent communities are now realizing what is being mandated. And I feel that it's important to do the right thing for Milton and do, what is appropriate and what is the law. We can always do more, but what does the law require us? And that's where I think an opportunity in court to know what we are legally required to do and then determine if we want to do more than that. So thank you all for your time tonight. This is probably more information than you had thought you had hoped for, and but thank you. But this is the most significant zoning issue our town has ever faced. So it's important.
I want to say thank you from the Warrant Committee, myself as the chair. Over the past couple of years, you have come down as a committee and presented and answered our questions and even debated amongst yourselves. It is so helpful to us, so helpful. And I really appreciate it as the chair, and I know our members do, and the town only benefits from this type of collaboration. So I want to thank you, Chair Hall, and all the members of the great planning board. Thank you again for coming down and discussing this issue with us.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us, and everybody online on Zoom.
You guys put in late hours as well.
I know.
Thanks for the hospitality.
Yeah.
I'm not asking for a motion to adjourn at 11:59 like you folks sometimes do.
Yes. Planning board is adjourned. Thank you.
Same stamina.
Yes, more so, yeah.
It's the sugar that
Lately.
does it.
The coffee must be strong, Cheryl. The coffee must be strong.
Good, thank you.
See ya. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Wow. We haven't had one of those in a couple of years.
Well,
Well, last year we had
Yeah, okay, well, Julia, I'm trying to make it like Seymour.
1 year.
I will apologize to the Warrant Committee for throwing out a rookie question, but I wanted to hear how they felt about 10%. Obviously, they're working on it, but how they felt about 25%. Because it just didn't make sense to me.
Elephant in the
Again,
room.
not political. I'm just,
You don't have a microphone,
I agree.
just so you know.
yeah,
We're still under. We're still under.
Good.
So, yeah, I guess I just want to apologize to the Warrant Committee and everybody for going.
Peter, on the way here, I was anticipating someone asking that question. And then thinking about which way it was going to go.
Right.
But listen, I know people are watching.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear Peter's comment.
My question was to them, which is, okay, so you've got 10%, you worked hard, you got it done, you got this 10% number. Where's the 25% number? Because there's a 25% number out there. So if it's the planning board doing 10%, who's doing the 25%? And where are the financials for any of this? And I didn't see any of that. So I don't know how you make a decision like that. I think we have a lot of work to do if we're serious about this. So whether this is already kind of a done deal, I don't know where this goes. I think I'd like to work with Brian and Jay on putting together the financials for this. I am concerned, very concerned, about the financial impact that this is going to have at 25% on the town of Milton. We've already had an override. We're going to be looking down the road at the school. We don't have the numbers. How do you go and decide which thing you're going to do if you don't have a financial number associated with both of these? I don't know how we get that in a couple of days, but I guess we could try.
Well, Jay, Brian, and Peter, would you want to collaborate?
I do.
Yeah.
Like equally?
Yeah.
And I would feel very confident in whatever you came back with, if you can take the time for us to inform the town meeting.
Yeah, I was going to say, given that it's 11:08, do we want to sort of table any discussion for?
Oh, I thought we were gonna dive into.
Just
No, Julie, I had no intention of doing that, and if I did, I wouldn't be fit, really. There's no need, we are not in a rush, but we have citizen coming in. I think it's kind of, we're well armed now.
yeah.
Citizens are coming in, or citizen, I'll have a clarification email over the weekend after I speak with her, and we kind of just figure out and just advise her on.
And that's Monday?
Monday.
Okay.
So I'm just like, in your brains, Warrant Committee, we need to think about, I assume it's going to be pretty long discussion or presentation, and there's going to be a lot of questions and maybe back and forth. Do we want to get right into the discussion after? Because we're getting short on time. I'm just saying for town meeting.
Yeah.
So that's like we're into next week already. That's why I jammed this thing in tonight. And I appreciate that all. I didn't thank everybody for being flexible, so.
I'm thinking of a couple of logistical thoughts. One being sort of what I raised earlier, which is, are we going to vote on the 10% plan first, and yes or no, and then are we going to vote on the 25% plan second? Like, just logistics of that. Which one do we vote on first? Do we discuss them all together in one big blob? Something for you to lose sleep over this weekend.
I can.
And
I will.
And similarly, I know in the past we've had sometimes conditional recommendations. And this feels like it's a moving target every week. A week or two ago, I was thinking, can we recommend town, if the Department of Health and Human Services or whoever they are, if they say we're a 10% plan, we recommend the 10% plan. If they say we're a 25% town, we recommend that. I think the target has moved since then because they're not going to agree to that. I'm wondering if anything can be conditional. The more I say it, the more I think that doesn't make sense, because we're now only 2 weeks from town meeting. I was thinking, if the situation changes between when we make a decision and town meeting.
Jay, it may.
It might.
No, I'm like it certainly may. Judge Gilday is the judge in Plymouth.
Okay.
Things sitting on his desk. When the decision comes, I don't
give him a ring.
No, but that's the thing. It's like that's another big thing, because what follows with that is like an injunction, and then it's like pause, right? And that decision, I don't know. It's due. It's I know cited in the article was that he is cognizant of town meeting.
Oh, really? Okay.
He's cognizant of the responsibilities of the towns and knows that a decision. There was an amicus brief, a friend of the court brief, that he was, I believe, waiting for. I'm gleaning this all from a docket sheet.
Okay.
And the amicus came in, and now I think that was settled. There might have been like a housing advocacy group, and now the judge is going to go forward. It could change again. It could change after we do anything.
And
I don't really know.
And I don't fully understand that case. Like, Miss Oldfield was a big help when she said they might just give us the money to pay for the consultants, or they might give us a lot more. That was a big help, because I was wondering about that. And then, like, have we shot ourselves in the foot if we passed something before then? I don't know.
Well, that's right. I think that's really kind of what people are saying, that if we kind of agree that the state might not go back.
I feel like what could really help us as a committee is to do our best to make sure our discussion doesn't balloon into everything under the sun one could ever talk about MBTA community. Like, I think we really need to be laser focused on our job here, which is we have a 10% plan and we have a 25% plan, articles, and we need to make a recommendation to town meeting on what to do with both. Mm-hmm. So whether you think people use the T or not really relevant at this point. Whether or not you think, I don't know, you get my point.
Well, of course.
So I feel like if we can stay focused on that, we can hopefully avoid a 5-hour discussion.
Yeah. And what we are is we are a financial committee.
Right. We should focus on
that is our responsibility. I agree with Julia. Finance.
Absolutely.
And that's how it works. And I agree, I don't want to talk about when I drove the T in high school.
Yeah, or 40 years ago what the traffic was like it's not particularly.
And I agree with that. And also, I wanted to ask so much about this declaratory judgment. I thought that was fascinating, but I had to zip my lips because I was like, that's not relevant to what it's relevant. Everything's relevant. It's not what we're deciding here.
I can
so.
I can write something in the email and I can discuss legal things. But what I'm saying is there are still balls in the air. And when the judge tells us, it's we don't know. And does that change the analysis?
But I think we need to do what we need to do with the information in front of us, which is we have 2 articles and we need to make recommendations to town meeting on each of them.
5 and 6.
Do you know where the select board is on this?
No.
Because if the select board could basically just say we're going with 25, and the town meeting will vote for it. I think the town will.
I would be curious if someone asked the select board at town meeting what their position is.
Yeah, I don't know that
5 and
we
6.
need to worry about what the select board.
But if in fact the select board, I guess, it's the town meeting voting for both of them in whatever shape, but it'd be helpful to know where the select board comes out on this.
Why would that be helpful?
Well, because one of the things that was said here tonight is that these guys have not had a long meeting with the select board, which is sort of concerning to me. Does the select board already have a plan in place?
But why is that relevant to our recommendation on
It's
the
not going to be
article?
relevant to our recommendation. Basically, we will make our recommendation.
Right.
But, I mean.
So that's what I'm saying is like
That's what I'm saying.
the balloon.
You know what?
Okay, Julia,
Can I talk about that? I mean, I agree with you, but I felt like the select board wasn't really sure. They seemed a little bit unsure because there's 2 new members. And they seemed to be all different opinions, like 5 different opinions, kind of, I felt. But I know Selectwoman Megan Haggerty did say, what's the financial impact of all this?
Right.
And I think that was like one of the best questions that nobody keeps that people haven't asked, which you're asking.
Yeah, I think that's a huge question. That's the question.
Nobody knows.
But
So my only proposal is maybe we hold each other accountable in our discussion to keep focused so that we don't get sidetracked on what we're here to do. Because it's easy to get sidetracked on this topic in particular.
I don't think that's true.
How dare you?
Jay?
Yes. Me?
Yes. I think I understood you saying that we should, and correct me, we're heading into our almost midnight meetings that we used to have. Did you say we should vote on these together? Did you mean that they should have the same outcome, each one, or did you mean?
Oh, not that they would be 2.
I'm thinking that each article is independent, is an independent article.
Yeah, I wasn't saying we would vote yes on both or no on both. I just wanted to give our chair a headache by saying, like, do we discuss them both at the same time? You know, I can imagine discussing and voting on the 10% and then discussing and voting on the 25% and thinking, well, our hands are tied by what we already voted on for 10%. I don't know. That's why I'm not sitting at that end of the table. I just wanted to.
Yeah, I just, sort of to add my little 2 cents right here. They're very similar, of course. They address the same issue in a different way. I just think to give each article their due, we should handle them separately. And leave it at that. I don't know, what do you?
I think we
It
can
somewhat
talk about it
aligns
on
with
Monday.
what Julia is saying.
Yeah.
In a way.
I mean, let's see how this organically shapes up. I think that would be my answer, Judy, right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna think about it over the weekend, but that's usually how it goes. Article 5, you vote on it. Article 6, you vote on it. But I know there will be crosstalk. The topics are connected. It's a comparison between the two. But I think we can get by. But being mindful of what our charge is. Finance.
Thank you. And
Vote to town meeting.
Right.
Recommendations.
I just wanted to bring up that the agenda for Monday says Warrant Committee and Planning Board. They're not actually coming
Oh,
back,
no,
right?
they're not coming back. I just out of an abundance of caution.
That was probably my mistake, I'll amend that.
Oh, no, it was, sent it to you.
I'll amend it tomorrow.
Yeah.
They might want to come back, they probably had so much fun.
Well, I didn't know, and I just thought it would be better just to be safe. Does everyone have any questions or any other concerns? Okay, I'm gonna send an email. We have a post for Monday, 7 p.m. here in this room, citizens petition. I'm very grateful that someone stepped up.
I just suggest we get cot spray, because it's
Yeah.
gonna be a lot.
Come on.
The opposite. We need chairs with like spikes sticking out of them so that we want
We
to
need the
leave.
guy.
Coffee, yeah.
We need the guy in the courthouse. He's come around and wrap jurors on the head with a stick to keep them
We
awake
just
during
need
the
to hold each other accountable and keep it to a reasonable point.
There you go. I really didn't,
So logical.
I just didn't really see that happening.
I saw you taking your coat off. I was like, what are you taking your coat off for? It's like 11:10. I was like, Julie's taking her coat off. Does someone have a motion, maybe?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, double motion to adjourn.
Damn it.
Second by Peter. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Milton. Thank you, Warrant Committee. Have a good evening.
Oh my gosh.